toho nám, co je moje a co ne. Ale asi jo, tady je zdroj 1, zdroj 2. Zvuk plochy.
Ty jsi tam zapnul tu scénu.
Dear viewers, dear chess friends, welcome to the online commentary of Women European Individual Championship in 2022. It's a great honor for me to be the host of this commentary. My name is Petr. I am the chairman of the Czech Chess Federation, and it's also a great honor for our whole federation that we can be the organizers of European Championship, because for a long time we didn't have a top event in this country, so we are very happy to host the best women in Europe. You can see the starting list of this tournament, so I'm very happy that we have the top women players here in Prague, in Hotel Don Giovanni. According to the rating, the biggest favorites are Georgian players, Nana Dzagnidze and Lela Chavakashvili. But of course we have Antoaneta Stefanova here, Nino Batsiashvili. So all the top women from Europe are here in Prague and should aim for medals here in this tournament. I hope that after finishing their games, women will come to this commentary and they will share their thoughts about the game, and you will enjoy their commentary at least as I will enjoy them, because I'm very curious about the thoughts of the chess players about their own games. I hope we will have a nice afternoon with European chess. Please don't hesitate to ask me if you will experience any technical issues here with the transmission. Don't be afraid to write in chat to complain, or if you have any question, I can see the chat. I will be happy to answer you. Nice. We also have pairings of the first round. We also have some players from the Czech Republic, so I will be very keen to watch games of our Czech players. Namely, at the third board we have Natasha Richterová, and on the fifth board we have Eliška Richterová. So I will watch their games, of course. If you have any game you want to see during the commentary, if you have any favorite of your own, please write in chat, and I will do my best to see the game. Hopefully we should have games already, because just to inform you, we have 15 minutes delay of the live transmission of the games. The delay is due to anti-cheating regulations. The transmission of the games is delayed for 15 minutes. So just now the games are about to start in the main playing hall. We also have some cameras in the playing hall, so maybe we can see the playing hall. Hopefully you will still hear me. I have my director here, Mr. Horáček. I hope that he will do the great job. So we are waiting for the first move. On the first board we can see Nana Dzagnidze. As I already told you, the legend of women chess from Georgia is playing here in Prague, and she is the biggest favorite of the tournament. I will check the third board. I think the games should start any minute now, because in the playing hall we had no delay. We were on time, so I think the games will start very soon. Maybe I will tell you more about the tournament. The tournament starts today. It's an 11-round Swiss tournament, so we should have 11 rounds. Every day there is one round, starting at 3 p.m. The free day is on here, together with Sergei Movsesyan, the famous Armenian player who is now living in Prague already for many years. So he will be there tomorrow, but I will do the main part of the commentary, so hopefully you will like it. And luckily for us, because I wouldn't be able to talk about nothing for a long time. Luckily for us, the game started, and we can see the first moves in the game of Antoaneta Stefanova against Natasha Richterová. Natasha is one of our best players. She won the last Czech championship. It was played in May, I think. She was not playing the Olympiad in Chennai. Hopefully she will play next time for our team. And therefore, maybe she has more energy to play the European Championship, because as you probably know, the Olympiad ended not so long ago. And for example, my wife was playing the Olympiad, and she is a little bit tired, so maybe the players they went to India, sorry, and then they came to Prague, so they may be somewhat tired. The players they played the Olympiad. So we have some requests that the sound is low. Well, maybe try to turn your sound a little bit more, but we will also adjust our settings. Thank you for the feedback. So about the opening, Antoaneta played the move Queen b3, and that's not the main variation. And as you can see, Natasha is thinking about her move. Queen b3 is aimed to protect the c4 pawn, of course, and instead of going into a theoretical jungle, let's say instead of Queen b3, white can play Knight c3, and there is a big theoretical jungle. So instead of going into that jungle, white played a call move Queen b3. It also has some disadvantages because the queen is developed too soon. It's usually not a good thing, I think, in a chess game. But anyway, it's a normal continuation. Okay, we will check other games. Here we can see that white already has some advantage in a game of Gunay Mamadzada from Azerbaijan and Eliška Richterová from the Czech Republic. But the reason is that Eliška chose a side variation of French, which is not that popular. Knight c6, and after knight f3, even knight ge7, and that must have been a surprise for Gunay Mamadzada, because knight g7 is not the move I would expect. So white is thinking here in this position, and I would be also very surprised by this move. This is not the main variation at all. I think black usually replies with knight f6, and it's also a little bit better for white. But don't be too fooled by the computer evaluation, because you know, computers are too strong nowadays, and they often evaluate positions too harsh for human mind. That this plus 1.5, it seems like a big advantage, and white has an advantage, but for a human mind it's not that winning as computer shows. So maybe I should tell you more about the tournament. Maybe we can watch the playing hall to see like around 100 players, because you know the time is pretty strange. So we are happy to have more than 120 players here. We have some problems with sound.
Resolving.
So what do you think? Are we able to repair the sound, or are we going to have a break? Okay, we will see. We will see. Sorry for the problems. We are going to have a short break, repair the sound, and we will be right back. So thank you for So, welcome back. We did small adjustments and hopefully it's gonna be better. And you can see the game we left. It's a game between Antoaneta Stefanova and Natasha Richterová. Natasha was actually surprised by the move Queen b3, and she decided to take on c4, which is a normal move. And after queen takes c4, she played queen d5, and actually that's not a normal move in my opinion, because She wants to exchange queens, of course, against stronger opponent, but such strategy usually is not successful. I think, in my opinion, it would have been better to develop the bishop normally and continue the game, because of course white is not going to exchange queens, and the queen is going to be attacked by the move knight c3, which is in my eyes actually a bit annoying. So this opening I can't recommend, but it's not the end of the world and the game will continue. I have the first request in chat, so I thank you, because that's feedback I want. But sadly it's in Polish language and I can't speak Polish, but somehow I see that you want to check the game of Olivia something, but please write me the number of the board, because otherwise I'm not able to find anything in this lineup, because we have more than 60 boards, so I need the number of the board. But somehow maybe you wanted to see the game of Olivia Kiolbasa. I vaguely remember that he played a Great Olympiad. She played the Great Olympiad, but I'm not sure. You can also tell me in chat. She is the favorite here in this game. She's playing white, and the opening is quite normal, so nothing too big is happening in this game. Black, she seems to be surprised by the move bishop e3. So she's thinking, and it may be some preparation of the Polish women for the tournament, because bishop e3 hangs this pawn on e5, and this is going to be interesting, at least something to talk about, because knight takes e5 seems like a logical move, but there is a problem. Queen a4. I hope black will see this option, because otherwise the game would be lost after queen a4. It's actually very nice. The first nice moment of this tournament. If the knight takes e5, queen a4, the black is doomed, because the knight is now hanging. And when you go knight d7 or knight c6, then the bishop on g4 is hanging, and that's a big problem. And if you go queen d7, hoping for queen takes d7, knight takes d7, and somewhat saving the position, there is bishop b5, and again, black is in a very bad shape. I will check the game. From the beginning, because it's a nice variation. So we have this d takes c5. I also played this for white. But not in many games. After knight c6, bishop g4, c3, it looks very normal. We actually have this position, and the game was quite normal. But black is not happy with white defending this pawn on c5. This is actually quite interesting. But I do remember that sometimes they play e6 first, because, you know, developing this bishop on g4 or f5 is nice, because you don't have the bishop on c8 anymore blocked by its own pawns, but also developing the bishop is somewhat loose, as you can actually see in the game, because the bishop is on g4, it is developed, but on the other hand it's quite loose, and it tells after knight takes e5, queen a4. Because imagine the bishop on c8, then queen a4 is nonsense. But here knight takes e5 is not possible at all. So I think black is surprised by this opening, and I wouldn't be happy to play such a position without a preparation. It's actually quite unpleasant. I would go something like knight e7, knight g6, but I feel the black's position is worse. But sadly I'm not a computer, so I can't tell you what was the mistake. But I think after d takes c5, this knight c6 is somewhat not the main variation, but I'm not sure. Anyway, in this position, I believe white is better. So Olivia has a fan in our chat, and the fan can be happy because the opening is good for white, I think. Anyway, we have the result on the 17th board. But no, this is a transmission error. I think it will be fixed pretty soon because this is a completely normal position. It's only a start of one of the main variations of Berlin defense. Again, I am a grandmaster, but I am not such an active player anymore, and I do not know anything about opening theory. So sadly, this is not my field. I'm looking forward to middle games. Yeah, I'm not good at opening theory. We would need to have Petr with me, maybe next time. So I honestly don't know what's the main variation after a4, but one thing I do know that this is not the end of the game. So it's normal. Black can continue the development. I know there is some line with d4 sacrificing the pawn or something like that, but I don't know the theory. I will not guess. We will return to the first boards, and we are here with the game of Nana Zagnidze, and actually this is something I've never seen. After 12 moves, it's a very strange pawn structure from Black's point of view. I don't like Black's position, especially this bishop on c8 looks horrible to me. So this d6 move that Nana Zagnidze made in this position, I like very much. Well, she is better player than me. I don't know if I would find the gut to play d6. Hopefully I would, but it's a very good move, because if you play something else, like, I don't know, developing this bishop, then Black would play d6, and with Black playing d6 in this position, it would be actually quite okay for Black, because it's somewhat cramped position, but we have no weaknesses, and we can develop the bishop to h3, maybe even start an attack on the king side, and the position would be quite good for Black. But by playing d6, this is such a nice moment. You know, I'm a big chess fan. I'm enjoying chess in all its forms. I watch the commentary on Chess24 quite often. And this d6 move is actually quite nice, and I like it very much. We have the commentary. Thank you, Matthias. d6 seems to be a novelty. Yeah, that's a disadvantage of modern chess, because there is a big possibility that this d6 move was a preparation from Nana Zagnidze. I would be more happy that if White would be able to find this move over the board, but sadly, also according to the time management, it seems like it was a preparation. But anyway, it's a very nice move. And after e takes d4, White wants to complete the development by playing bishop f4. And you can see that Black is a pawn up. But these problems with d7 and d6, they are quite big. And this bishop on c8 is not going to be developed anytime soon. And this is a big issue in Black's position. So I think Nana will have an easy first round. I wouldn't be be happy in black's shoes. But okay, Maria Gevorgian she's not a bad player. She has a rating of 2200, so of course she will put up a fight. She is not going to resign, but the position is pretty bad. I don't know what I would do, because let's imagine, I don't know, I want to go b6 or something like that, but after rook b8 I'm afraid that queen takes d6 is very strong. And it's actually quite important that white is not going to take on d6 immediately, that she waited with the move of bishop f4, and then maybe she is going to take on d6, but maybe not. Because let's imagine queen takes d6 first instead of bishop f4. There is always something like queen takes e2 or knight c4, harassing the queen. So after queen takes d6 immediately there is knight c4. But when you play queen takes d6 after rook b8, the rook on b8 is hanging. So white is actually waiting for the right time to take on d6. That's nice. Yeah. So this bishop f4 is a strong move, I believe, completing the development, and I don't see any good move for black. I have the computer. I'm cheating a little bit because some commentators, they do not use computers during the commentary. It's one strategy, but I do believe that it's important to be precise, not to say nonsenses during the commentary. I wouldn't be happy with some big mistakes in my commentary, so I have to help. I believe that the aim of the commentary is to explain the truth in the position. So the computer will say me the evaluation, and I will tell you why is that evaluation, and that's why is what you're going to find in the commentary. So the computer is saying that the position is better for white, and it's suggesting the move knight c6, which is very ugly, honestly, and it's a clear sign that the position is bad for black, because knight c6 is going backwards. After knight c6, white can play, for example, rook b1 and defending. So the computer is saying that the position. We have another result, 0-1. Where is the 0-1 result? Another mistake in the transmission? Yeah, this is not 0-1. But anyway, the position is actually quite interesting. So we will stay here for a little bit. Actually, 14 girls from the Czech Republic are playing this tournament. They are not big favorites, of course, because women chess here in the Czech Republic, well, how to say, it can be better. These years we are increasing our support, so hopefully in next I don't know, 10 years it will show, but these days we are not favorites in this tournament. But we have some talented players playing the tournament. Hopefully I will get to their games during this commentary. And Karolina is actually the weakest player according to the rating in the whole tournament, but I hope she will gain experience from this tournament and she will be better pretty soon. Sadly for her, this position is already not good, at least I think so, because white, it's a dragon defense, a very famous opening, surviving all this computer stuff. It's actually pretty playable even these days. It's actually quite risky, but it's a very nice opening and I like it from both colors. This h4, h5 is a good strategy by Monika Kalzetaruis because it's a surprise for black, at least I think so. Normally, instead of playing h4, h5, white is developing the queen side first, playing queen d2 and long castle. But by changing the move order, you can surprise your opponent, and especially in Dragon, it's a very important thing. Yeah. Of course, we are going to fix these transmission errors pretty soon. No worries about that. I hope we will be better than the organizers of the Olympiad, because there were many transmission errors during the Olympiad. It was very hard to comment the games because they were changing all the time. This is only about result. The game is continuing normally. As we can see, we have another move, this b5 move, which is actually not that good, I think. So it's only about result, but the game continues normally. Well, why this move b5? I do consider it not good, because black really should do something about the king side, you know, because white is going to mate black on the king side, and if you do nothing about it, it's gonna be a big problem. So I think b5 is too slow. This a6 b5 is too slow for dragon defense. Okay, again, I'm not an expert, so don't take it for granted, but I think that by playing knight d5 here, or bishop h6, or simply queen d2, I'm very happy that I was able to play h4, h5, because usually in dragon defense after h4, black usually plays h5, stopping white's initiative on the king side. And when you allow this h5, you really need to have some quick initiative on the queen side, and I don't think a6 b5 is the right way to go. But anyway, I wish good luck to Carolina, and I think she will gain a lot of experience from this tournament, and well, she need to analyze their games, and then it will be much better. We have some chat. Nino Kortradze. Please write me the number of the board, because there are so many games played in this tournament. I don't know if I will be able to find the right game. Maybe our director will help. Oh, there is also a result. Yeah, this will also be fixed. The game is quite normal, and white is an underdog in this game. With a rating of 1993, Austrian player, but I can see from the name that the origin is probably not Austrian, but just a guess, and it's not something that matters. But anyway, what I wanted to say is that the rating of black is like 300 elo points higher than the rating of white. But this is the opening I like for white, because there are no problems, and white actually is a bit better because of this bishop on g2. This is the key piece, the bishop on g2, the Catalan bishop. Actually, this is the reason why computer shows a small plus for white. It's about the bishop on g2. On the other hand, black has a small space advantage caused by the pawn on c5. So white is not able to play d4 in this position, and that's actually a bit of a problem. She will probably need to play d3. And I think the position is a bit better for white, but nothing really big is happening. We will see from the rest of the game. We have some commentary of COVID. Well, COVID. Here in the Czech Republic, we pretend that COVID does not exist. It works from time to time. Sometimes it's not working, but this summer is actually quite okay from the point of view of COVID. But sadly for us, one of our players who was supposed to play at the Olympiad was tested positively, so we ended pretending that COVID does not exist. But we do not do any tests here. Maybe it will change again, because during the first pandemic wave, our government had slight issues with changing the rules so quickly that nobody paid attention anymore. So that's with COVID. But we all have vaccinations and all this stuff, so hopefully it will be okay. And also it will be okay during this tournament. I hope there will be no problem. Anyway, I will return to Czech players, and I have my favorite. I will show you, because one of our players played a perfect Olympiad. She is only 18 years old, something like that. Anička Maria Koubová. We have commented that during the Olympiad 2 Austrian girls got COVID, so they had to play with 3 players for the half of the tournament. Yeah, that's bad. But you know, no tests, no COVID. Yeah. We also had some ill players, but it was due to the air conditioning, I think. They told me that it was very cold in the playing hall, and going from the 35 degrees to 18 degrees, it was a big issue. But anyway, everybody was very happy that the Olympiad took place. It was a wonderful achievement from Indian Federation to organize such a big event in 4 months. It's something unbelievable. We have only 120 players here, and I think you can see that I'm a bit tired already. The tournament just started. Okay, I wanted to talk about Anna Maria Koubová, because she was our 5th player during the Olympiad, and she played a brilliant tournament, and I hope that she will also play a brilliant tournament here in Prague. You can see that her rating only 2120, but it will go higher pretty soon. And she is playing against Ina Gapunenko, and actually she is a sort of friend of mine. We played in the same team in German Bundesliga for some time, so I'm looking forward to this game, and I think Anička has a good chance here, because she is not afraid of rating of her opponents, and that's the most important thing. When you are an underdog, rating wise, you are not supposed to be afraid of your opponent. That would be the worst thing. But anyway, let's look at this position. I don't know the theory, but I'm expecting the move d5. It seems like a logical continuation to me. And honestly, I don't like the bishop on d2. It seems to be stuck here. Usually they develop the king side first by playing knight f3 or knight e2 and castling. But okay, it's probably some sort of a preparation. According to the computer, it's an equal position. Yeah, it was a great event, the Olympiad. Yeah, I wasn't there in India this year, but I was there in Batumi, and also I played for the Czech national team in Tromsø, the Olympiad 2014. It was it was a great fun. So, actually I'm pretty surprised that black is thinking in this position, because it's just an opening. It's the 5th move. I must say that. Um, well, people tend to think that grandmasters have all the knowledge and they know all of these openings by heart, but actually it's not true in most cases. And I've seen many games where players started to think after six moves or something like that. But actually, Ina is thinking for for a long time here. Well, I have nothing against thinking, but it's sixth move. Come on, Ina. Well, the problem is that she is known for her time troubles. So I think we are going to see one more time trouble here, and it's good for Anička. Hopefully she will be able to use that time trouble. We will see, but I'm expecting this d5 move, and the position is quite normal. We can see something like queen's isolated pawn on d4 pretty soon, let's say after taking on d4 and taking on c4. And the only thing I don't like is the bishop on d2. I really don't think that this move was good. Bishop d2 I don't like at all. But it's not such a big issue because white is white and white is allowed to play some lousy moves in the opening, not to end up in a bad position. It's probably around equal after bishop d2 and computer agrees. But I do expect black taking on d4, playing d5, and we can end in a queen's isolated pawn position with d4 pawn pretty soon. Would you be able to look at Robert's game, board 33, and on board 41, white is bluffing. White is bluffing. That's my style. Let's look at the board. White is bluffing. Oh, Jovana Rapport is playing. Oh. No, it's board 41. Because this position is quite normal. Oh, no. Jovana Rapport is playing, and probably her husband is here, so we have one of the best players on the world here. Maybe he can switch with me doing the commentary, right? I will try. Also, Anton Korobov is here with the Ukrainian team. Yeah, we will see. Okay, this game is interesting because I think white, Dina Belenka is already quite famous in the chess world by doing the Twitch and all this transmissions from the tournament. And she played knight g5. Interesting. Okay, how the game went? Again, this Caro-Kann with d takes c5. It's probably modern these days. We see this e6. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That developing the bishop from c8 is actually good, but also has disadvantages. So we have this e6 variation, and white continued with queen g4, h5, queen f4, which is probably some sort of a variation. Bishop takes, knight f3, queen b6, and knight g5. I am honest, and I would play the same move as Dina did. But the computer shows it's like -2.5. I don't know why. Oh my god. Because knight g5 looks logical to me. In this position it looks logical. Yeah, I'm attacking f7 and I don't know why it's -2.5. Okay, come on. We need to understand that. So, we have the commentary here that white is bluffing. I don't think white is bluffing. I think white doesn't know that it's -2.5. I mean, no way. White is thinking like knight g5 is a normal move, maybe expecting knight h6 here with a normal position, but after a long think, black was able to come up with the best move according to the computer, this f6 move. Okay, kudos to black Louis Head from England, because it's a good move. Well, honestly, I think that the problem in this position for white is that the attack was too fast. White has no development of any other pieces here. The pieces, they stay on the first rank, and that's a problem. And that's the reason why this position is good for black, because this f6 move I like very much. Black is probably going to take on f6 with the g-pawn. And thank you, Matthias, because the knight has to retreat and white loses the fight for the center. That's an exact evaluation. Moreover, as you can see, white knight has no escape, because it has to go to h3. There is no other square. And honestly, the h3 square is so ugly that this is the reason why it's -2.5. White doesn't have any pieces in the game. Black has the initiative and the center. And after e5, knight h3, e5, the position is going to be pretty bad for white. So we can have some surprise here in this game, because the opening were not good from white. Maybe she underestimated her opponent and this knight g5 move was too optimistic. But honestly, I would do the same. I mean, after queen b6, if I ended up in this position, knight g5 would be my first idea. So yeah, but hopefully I would realize that after knight g5, f6, it's going to be pretty bad, but I don't know. I'm not sure about this. Okay. So this is actually an interesting game. And we have another suggestion, board 33. Thank you very much for this, because I'm not able to see all the games. So board 33, Eline Rebers, or Roebers, maybe. I'm not Dutch, so I don't know. She is a favorite. Lila Koridze is the underdog, but actually I know the name, so I'm thinking that Black is not a weak player. So this is going to be tough for white. And also, as I can see from the position, it's actually a pretty normal line, supposed to be okay for black, I think. I'm not an expert, but as I see the position, black does not have any big issues here. Rubers as Oe turns to ooh. Okay, hopefully she will come to the commentary after the game, hopefully. But you know, women, they are shy, so I don't know how many guests will come. King h1, well, maybe it's still theory, I don't know. But I see black's position as okay, because we have the control over the e5 square. It's actually a pretty standard position from the Sicilian. The problem is that black is a bit passive. White can of course continue like this. The normal plan for white would be like queen e1, rook d1, queen g3, and attacking the king side, or somehow make knight d5 work somehow. On the other hand, black is hoping to use the e5 square for its pieces, also developing the bishop and maybe rook c8, or rook e8 and bishop f8, playing calmly, slowly, and the position is around equal. At least I hope so. Okay, I will check the games of Czech players. We had this opening of Eliška Richterová. Computer doesn't like at all, but honestly, this evaluation of 1.87 in the game of Eliška Richterová, it's beyond me. I find black's position to be relatively okay. Of course, the position is a bit worse because there is no counterplay against the d4, d4 pawn, which is normal in this pawn structure, because our pawn got stuck at c7. But anyway, the position is quite solid, and this evaluation of computer 1.87, it's too much, I think, from humans' perspective. But the position is better for white, that's for sure, because white has space advantage, no weaknesses. White can prepare the attack on the king side without any big issues, because black doesn't have the c5 counterplay. So white is better in this position, but nothing really big is happening. Yeah. Elin's games at the Olympiad have been so crazy, especially game against Maria Muzichuk. Yeah, I must admit I didn't see that game. I don't know. But yeah, we will see how the game develops. I will check the third board. It was the first game I checked, so let's have an update on that. Queen d5, I told you that I don't like this move because of the possibility of knight c3 gaining tempo on the queen on d5. And it's exactly that happened in the game. Because after knight c3, the black queen had to go back to d8. So exactly that happened in the game, that black was forced to play back with the queen from d5 to d8. But it's not such a big deal. I mean, it's a normal save, but nothing really bad is happening. And white was thinking for 14 minutes. I can understand that, because knight c3 was very logical, but then we need to have a plan. I would really consider playing g3 in this position, and then bishop g2, but maybe the reason is that I like the bishop on g2, and objectively it's also possible to play anything else, but this g3 would be my choice. Instead, Antoaneta played knight h4 after a long thinking. And this move is good when black allows white to take the bishop. The bishop on f5 is actually quite important, so when black allows to take the bishop, white would have a stable advantage with a bishop pair, at least from my point of view. But the thing is that the bishop can move, of course, and that's the problem. It can move to g4, or it can move to e6, or it can move to d7. And especially this, a little bit surprising move, bishop d7, would be my choice, because I know the same motive from the Scandinavian defense, that the bishop goes back, and it supports the move c6, c5. So then you go bishop d7, and you say, okay, you play knight h4, and the knight is going to be stupid on h4. So let me go back with the bishop, and then what is the knight doing on h4, right? So let's suppose you go back with the knight. You will have to do it sometime. And then I have this idea of c5. Or I can start with e6 maybe. And when you play, I don't know, e4, it's nonsense, but let's illustrate the variation. I go c5. And this is not clear at all to my eyes, because the bishop on d7 is going to be opened by the move c5. And it's not bad for black. I actually like this position. It's non-standard. Usually we don't get the bishop to d7, but it's not bad. I find it quite okay. So I hope Natasha will, after a long think, she will play bishop d7, and I think the game is open for both sides. Okay, I thank you very much for your comments, for being here with me. I will have a short break, the first short break of our commentary. I will have a coffee and I will go back. I hope you enjoy the commentary and enjoy the games. I'm enjoying the games, and then I will go back to the game of Nana Zagnidze because I really like her d6 move, so it's after the break. Thank you. part in like 20 years of Czech Open. I think it's an honor for you to have this European Championship in the Czech Republic, right?
Can you repeat your
I think
last
it's
part of question, please?
I think it's an honor for you.
The honor, yeah.
Yeah, to have the championship here, because it's not a usual thing.
Yeah, it's a big honor for us because I think that from the Chess Olympiad, which was organized here in 1931, is the most important event in the Czech Republic, because we hosted some senior events, including World Championships, but not a main event for women or for men.
Yes, and this is connected also with kids. I think we will host youth championship in 2024. How do you look forward to it? Do you think it will be normal already with COVID and all this stuff? Do you look forward to?
I look forward, of course. I hope it will be everything okay with COVID, but I thought it 1 year ago as well.
Yeah.
It's difficult to say.
How is it with Czech Open now? Everything is good?
It's better than before, but during the first COVID year, it is in 2020, we had only 200 participants in the main event, according to last year's when it was more than 1,000. Last year it was more than 400, and this year more than 600. I think it will be better and better.
Yeah. And do you have friends among the players? Do you know the players, or there are new faces for you after the pandemic here in the tournament, or do you know them? And some of these girls, they go to Czech Open, or you don't know them at all?
Yes, there are many players here I know from Czech Open, but also I know them, for example, from Chess Olympiad I visited this year, and also from some big events organized in other countries.
Okay, good luck with the tournament. It looks good now, so hopefully it will continue.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for visiting our commentary. It was Jan Mazuch, the chief organizer of the event. Thank you, Jan.
Thank you, bye.
So we can see the playing hall, and we will return shortly. So welcome back, dear chess friends and chess lovers, with the chess commentary during the first round of Women Individual European Championship 2022. I promised you the game of Nenad Zagnidze before the break, but first I will look at the game we ended with. It was the game between Antoaneta Stefanova and Natasha Richterová. I told you that I hope that Natasha will play bishop d7, and actually she did. So kudos to Natasha, congratulations for finding this move. Computer is not that happy, but we don't care. After 14 minutes she really played this bishop d7 move, and now the knight on h4 looks stupid. Also does the bishop on d7, but as I told you, the bishop has the future, because c6, c5 is an option that is coming, I hope, pretty soon. White also thought for 14 minutes and she played queen c2 now. I think she was quite worried about the c5 move. That's why she stepped out with the queen to c2. I think it's a good idea, because the queen was vulnerable on a4. So queen c2 is a logical continuation, and now we have some problems with c5 because the pawn can be taken. So well, it's still an option. It's still an option. It's actually a nice sacrifice, because after d takes c5, I think the pawn is going to be taken quite soon. There is not a big problem with that. But maybe I expect black to start with e6 move, and then maybe c5. Well, yeah, it's a normal position. I think we are going to see a long game. At least I hope so, because white is a big favorite in this game, but I hope Natasha will put up a great fight. As I told you, she is our last Czech chess champion among women. So I think it will be an interesting game. And I promised you the position from the top board where Nana Zagnidze is playing, and we left the game in a very interesting situation after bishop f4. I praised the move d6 and also the move bishop f4, and I wasn't able to find a good alternative for black in the position after bishop f4. And actually black was thinking for 7 minutes, and then she came up with the move rook e8, which is like a waiting move, which is not something you want to make in every game, because it doesn't help the bishop on c8. And actually computer is suggesting a very nice move here. I wouldn't be able to find it in my game, but I wanted to explain to you, because the computer is suggesting the move e3. It's really wonderful, because the queen on h5 is the best piece of black in the whole position. And when it disappears, for example after queen takes d1 and rook takes d1, the position is so overwhelming for white that I don't think black can hold it for a long time, because these weaknesses on the d file, d6, d7, they can't be saved, and also the bishop on c8 is so bad that the position is so good for white. But rook c1 happened in the game, and I really feel that black really wanted to change the nature of the game, change how it's going, because it's not going well. I mean, all white pieces are active, and also the c file after rook c1 is in white's hands. There is no knight c4 then. So black really wanted to change the course of the game, and that's why she played out of despair, I think, the move g5, which is bad according to the computer, but actually I like it, because it's something, you know? It's something, and when you don't have better moves, you just play g5 and hope for the best. And that's what black did, and actually it worked, because instead of taking on e5, which is so good, it again destroys the best piece for black, the knight on e5. But I can understand why Nana chose a different move, because the idea of computer is to play knight c5, and that's something you don't want to do in a human game. So instead she played bishop d2 in this position after g5, which is a sort of a passive move. But to explain, the move bishop e3 would be a big mistake, and that was the idea of black, because after bishop e3 there is knight g4. And that's a problem, because there is mate on h2, and also the e3 bishop is hanging. And that's why bishop e3 is not possible. And after 18 minutes of thinking, white decided not to take the knight on e5, and she went bishop d2 instead. But the move is passive, so I can say that g5 worked somehow, but the position remains to be bad, because after bishop d2 I don't see a move. It's almost the same situation like 2 moves ago, but now knight c6 is somewhat working, because it's a fork. You can see that after knight c6 e2 pawn is hanging and b2 pawn is hanging, and that's actually something. Not that I would start to be worried with white, but it's a bit annoying. Black actually can take the pawn on e2. At first it seems like a blunder, because after queen takes e2 there is rook e1 and the e8 rook is hanging, but after queen takes e2, rook e1, there is always queen takes d1 and the rook on e1 is pinned. So that's the tactical explanation behind the move queen takes e2. So that's actually quite annoying, and knight c6 was a very good possibility. It should have been played. It's not that black is better or anything like that, but it's an annoying situation where b2 pawn is hanging and e2 pawn is hanging, so it should have been played, I think. Instead black chose d5. It's out of desperation, but really black needs to save the bishop on c8 to free the bishop by playing d6. So instead of playing knight c6, she went for d5, and then the plan is to go d6. Sacrifice these 2 pawns on the d file because they just block our pieces, and black wants to play d6 and bishop h3 at any cost. Black will lose the d5 and d6 pawns along the way, but at least she would be able to develop the bishop from c8, and that's the most important thing. So it is a fight still. Nana Zagnidze, she is a very experienced player and she has an advantage, but black is kicking. I feel that this maneuver, this bishop d2 and bishop c3, it's not something white wanted, because the bishop on c3, it makes no sense and also blocks the c file. So it was better to throw the bishop out of the window by taking on e5 in that situation 2 moves ago, because now black was able to push d5 and d6, and it helps this position a lot by freeing the bishop on c8. And it's a game now, I think. It's a game. It was worse a few moves ago, so we will have a fight here. So we had, d6 happened. D6 happened in the game. So Maria Gevorgyan is putting up a fight in a worse position. It's still a worse position. White can play queen takes d5 and white has an advantage, but it's a fight. It's not over yet. We had one request that I should look at one of our players. Oh, there is a Czech duel between Julia Movsesian and Petra Sochorova. I didn't know that. We will look at that game later. I didn't know that at all. But I had request for Adela Trasakova, one of our talented players. Of course, she's an underdog in this game. Her opponent has like 400 rating points more, but it's not showing in this game. Adela is playing a good game. She thinks a lot, of course. It's a first round European Championship, so I think she's nervous. There is a pressure on her, of course, but the position looks very good. I mean, it seems like white has a slight advantage, maybe, something like that. Because, of course, the pawn structure is symmetrical. Because white, I think, from my point of view, has a good chances to put the knight on d5. First we need to take the knight on f6, and then we land with our knight on d5, and it's such a wonderful knight that I like white's position. So yeah, this is a good start to the European Championship, but this move, bishop takes f6, is not easy. So I don't know if it will happen, because after queen e6, white has a tactical issue with knight on b3. So it's a bit annoying. I think queen e6 will happen. And then we need to calculate all the stuff, but I seriously think that bishop takes f6 is a good possibility. And after bishop takes f6, black is on a crossroads. We have two options, taking on f6 or taking on b3. And honestly, I don't know what I would choose. But somehow I feel that white's position is more than okay. I would be happy as white here, but it's not easy. So we will see how the game continues. But I would agree here with the computer as a small plus for white. But the most important thing now, at least from my point of view, is not to be afraid to go forward with knight d5. This is the crucial square, so I hope white will fight for the square, land with the knight on d5 and have a small plus. And we have another request for a Czech player. I am happy that we have Czech viewers here, that we can speak English here in the Czech Republic. Actually, I have seen a statistics that is not very kind to Czech people, sadly, because I've seen that only 35% of Czech people can have a conversation in English. It's one of the lowest numbers in the whole European Union. I hope it will get better pretty soon, because it's necessary to speak some basic English. And as you can hear, it's not that important to have perfect pronunciation or anything, but it's important to talk. Among chess players, we can understand each other pretty easily. Okay, we have the game of Sofia. She's also a very talented player here in the Czech Republic. I wish her good luck in her games here in Prague. She is actually from Prague, but during the European Championship. Honestly, I don't like white's position at all, sadly. But it's maybe only a matter of taste. It's all about this pawn, whether it's weak on e4 or whether it's strong. And somehow I believe that in this position it's strong, because all black pieces are eyed to the e4 square, or developed pieces, and it's necessary for white to have some counterplay on the pawn, on the square, and I don't see any way how we can create such counterplay. I think white is going to continue with the move d3, and it can be seen from the time management that white is not happy with her position. She is thinking for a long time, and I can't blame her, because the position is difficult. After d3, black has many options, but I like bishop f5 most. And you see, if black is able to play h6 without any damages, and the knight would have to go to h3, then we have nothing to talk about. The knight on h3 would be so bad that it would be a disaster for white. So that's why I play d3. I have to go for the e4 pawn. But after bishop f5, I don't see any good solution for white. Of course, we can exchange everything on e4. Let's say knight takes, bishop takes, queen takes, and rook takes. So we exchanged everything, and now we can continue something like c5. but a position is a fight for a draw. I think it's reachable. This is not that bad, but it's not something you would want from the beginning. So sadly, this opening didn't work out too well for white, but I think she can put up a fight in such an endgame by playing d3 and exchanging everything to have a bishop in an endgame. It's not lost. I think it can be a normal game. So we will see if Sofia will find the courage to play d3 and to go for a verse endgame. I think it's the best she can do. The computer confirms. Also, the computer shows that f3 is possible. Okay, it's possible, but it looks ugly. Let's see. And I am curious how the Czech duel is going, because we have Julia Movsesian, our new player, let's say, because she changed federations from Slovakia to the Czech Republic and she became our #1. Against Petra Sochorova, she was not active for few years, I think, not playing any tournaments, but she's not a bad player at all. And actually she shows that in this game, because of course she's thinking about her moves for a long time, because there is no practice. Practice is very important for playing quickly and confidently, and when you don't have practice you can't be confident, and the moves are taking a lot of time. But the moves are quite normal. White has normal position, slightly better pawn structure, normal pieces, but it's maybe a bit better for black, because black's pieces are a little bit more active, but it's nothing big. Computer is suggesting call move h3 now. Why not? I mean, it's a normal move, and of course black can have two bishops, but on the other hand the pawn structure, the a7 pawn and c7 pawn, they are weak, and it's something white can play for. So I like white's position. It's simple. I like simple positions and simple plans, and this plan is quite simple, to exchange pieces and attack the weaknesses on the queen side. So it's something I can understand. On the other hand, two bishops, they are powerful, especially the white square bishop on e6. It's a powerful piece. So if anything, black is better, but it's not big. I mean, white can fight. And we see that in the game, bishop f3 happened. White didn't want to give up the bishop pair. It's also a sensible idea. And I like move bishop f3. Maybe I like it even more than the computer suggestion. From human point of view, the position is quite okay for white. I like it. So yeah, it's a tough first round for Julia Movsesian. I think they know each other, and it's always quite difficult to play against somebody you know. So it will be a tough fight. Okay, let's go back to the top boards. What's happening there? We have Natasha on the third board. Maybe we can see the... And that's not the move I wanted to see on the board, because the queen was happy on d8. The most important thing was to play c5. The queen was happy there, and the queen is actually not happier on b6. It's a tough question whether the queen is better on d8 or b6. Maybe I will need the board there. Okay, it's better now. Okay, thank you. It's a question whether the queen was better on d8 or b6, but we really need to play c5. it's necessary. So it was better to play c5 and then think about the queen. Knight f3 happened. The knight on h4 was stupid anyway, so knight f3. Oh, that's the idea. Okay, I see now. The idea of Natasha was to challenge the pawn on d4 by playing bishop g4. Now she wants to take on f3 and then take on d4. Okay, I don't like it. You know, I don't like it. And what I like is games of Mikhail Tal. And I think Mikhail would play e4 instantly here. I mean, it's a logical pawn sacrifice. And when black takes on f3 and then maybe she wants to take on d4, she can of course take on d4, but I don't believe in black's position here at all. The reason is that white has a simple development of pieces. She can continue by playing bishop e3, and for one pawn white has a great compensation. So I think something like that would happen. The computer's evaluation of +1, it seems too harsh from my point of view, because it requires this pawn sacrifice. It's a normal game, but objectively white should have an advantage, because as you can see, black spent a lot of time on playing with the bishop, playing with the queen, and e4 should be good for white here, I think, in this position. But it's not something you would play instantly. In this situation, it's a first round. Antoaneta, surely she wanted to win a smooth game, a game without any risks, maybe calmly in a positional way. And now you are tempted to sacrifice a pawn with no clear consequences. So it's a hard decision that white is facing now. I can understand that from my own practice. It's not an easy decision. And apart from e4, you can try something like that, but it looks very stupid. It's not something you would like to play. And another move? I don't know, because the d4 pawn is really hanging. Maybe knight a4. This looks also very stupid. So I don't know. It's not an easy decision for white. So I don't like black's move queen b6. I don't like it. But on the other hand, it put a pressure on white. We have only move 10 in the game, and after move 10 they already spent half of their time. So we are going to see a big time trouble in this game, and it's going to be a big fight. At least I hope so, because anyway, it's our player. So I think it's gonna be an interesting game, an interesting fight. Okay, it was the third game. What's happening on the top board? Yeah, nothing really big. Queen takes d5 happened. We have exactly the position I suggested during the commentary. It's better for white, but black can fight. For example, black can take here on e2. It's a pawn after all, and yeah, it looks like it's going to be a tough game, but it's not lost. I mean, black can take on e2, no problem. There is a big advantage for white in a game of Gurnay Mamadzada against Eliška Richterová, but actually the nature of the position didn't change much, and it's a big advantage according to the computer, but black's position is quite solid, and I think it's not clear at all. Well, white should have an advantage here in this position, because all white pieces are developed, and black has problems with development, but it's not bad. You can see that black returned with the knight to b8, not to block the c7 pawn, and also the knight is supporting bishop a6 in the moment, and that's what happened in the game. And after bishop a6, at least we solved the problem of the c8 bishop. And this position is tough. It's a tough nut to crack. Everything's protected on the king side, and it's not easy to crack this position. It's easy for a computer only. For example, now it's suggesting the move bishop takes f5, and I don't think it will happen in the game. I don't know why, but I wouldn't even consider this move. I don't know why it's plus 2 evaluation. I have some problems to explain that to you. Actually, it may be the reason that I'm an active French player, so I like these positions from black. But yeah, the reason is that the position is passive for black. And now I see the move bishop g5. It's coming somehow. Yeah, queen d2 and bishop g5 exchanging the dark squared bishops. And when I exchange the dark squared bishops, then the h4 pawn is very weak. And also the f6 square is very weak. So that's the reason. After rook takes f5, I can play queen d2 and bishop g5. There is, after bishop g5, there is always a tactical possibility. Rook takes f3. I have to watch out for that. But I think rook takes f3, bishop takes e7, and it should be good for white. So that may be the reason. But honestly, bishop takes f5 is a tough call. Yeah, it's not an easy move to make. Also, there is an idea that black can take with the g pawn. But the problem is that after g takes f5, I have the knight f6 possibility. Also, I have funny idea, knight h6, trapping the rook by the knight. Somewhat strange solution, but also this move is possible, and when you take, I open the dark squares, and I think this position is excellent for white, because when I am able to open the dark squares, this bishop on f4 comes to life, and this position should be excellent for white. Also, the h5 rook is a tactical weakness now, and by jumping with the knight from f3 to e5, I can attack the rook, and yeah, this position is just good for white. But as you can see, white didn't take on f5. I can understand that. I'm a human after all. And she played bishop c2, which is quite a logical move. I think everybody would make. And the position is still good, I think. And I think the plan is the same, to play queen d2 and bishop g5. Also, white can try something on the queen side, let's say a3 and b4. But the position is not dead. It's okay, it's playable for black. It's even suggesting a funny move, king d7 now. It reminds me a famous knight c3 bishop b4 variation in the French defense, where these kings march are normal. And the king goes to c8 and b7, and the knight goes to d7, and it's bad. Bad, but playable. So yeah, that's the game. And maybe we can check some games where computer shows that it's already decided after 2 hours. So this is one of them. According to the computer, Jelena Danielian, also a very experienced player, is winning against Hungarian player Zuzana Terbe. She is winning, apparently, for some reason that I don't understand. I mean, I can understand that black is better here because black has a bishop pair, better development of pieces. Okay, I can understand that the position is better for black, but the computer shows -3.5. That's a lot. That's I don't understand. But okay, I can try. Like e3, right? What else? Then b5. Yeah, and I'm starting to understand that this position is really very bad. Yeah, but during the game you don't know the computer evaluation, so it's not the end of the world. But yeah, this position is bad. Because white has these pieces on h1 and f1, that's something you don't want to have. That's the problem of white's position. And black has no problems. She will develop the bishop either to a6 or b7, or she can play d5 immediately. Then the position is better for black, I think. But I'm surprised by the computer evaluation, because -3.5 is quite a lot. I wouldn't guess that. But I can understand that after b5 the position is bad for white. So it seems like it will be an easy first round for Jelena Danielian. She's going to win the game, I think. Yeah, only after 13 moves she has a big advantage in this position. Okay, I'll check another games. Monika Sochko is winning apparently. Well, winning is a strong word. Winning is a strong word, but she has a big advantage against her Polish opponent, Honorata Kucharska, and the reason is that this is a very bad French pawn structure. The reason is that black bishop on d7 is blocked by its own pawns, and I also don't like these pawns on a6 and b5. It looks like black is trying to do something on the queen side, but I think she created only weaknesses for herself, because these pawns are going to be weak. At least I think so. Let's say after b3 the knight has to go back, and always there is an a4 possibility in the air. And also black is under pressure on the king side. That's even worse, because this e5 pawn is important, and it creates a space advantage for white on the king side. And maybe the biggest problem in black's position is that black has no counterplay at all. I mean, where do you go, right? If you start pushing the pawns on the queen side, they only weaken themselves. Like for example, after b4 you are weakening the a6 square. So black has no counterplay, and that's maybe the biggest issue in this position. So yeah, now I understand the computer's evaluation. I agree with it that it's plus 2.6 or something, and white is going to have an easy first round. I think after 18 moves it's already overwhelming position. But okay, I will try to find some game where we have some surprise, maybe, where an underdog is having a good position, but maybe I will not find that game. I don't know. I will try. Okay, maybe this game. Maybe Ekaterina Pavlidou against Sophie Milliet. But I know Ekaterina Pavlidou. She is a good player. So she may be an underdog in this game, because Sophie Milliet, she has a rating of 2,391, which is quite high, at least to my eyes. But white, she is not a pushover, and she's a good player, so it's not such a big surprise. But let's talk about this position, because at first it seems like a good position for black, with this knight on d3 and so on. But actually, white has a very strong idea at her disposal, which I like very much. It's a nice tactical idea, a simple tactical idea, but a nice one. White can just take the knight. And when you take with the pawn, I take on c6, and I make a fork. There are two rooks on a8 and e8, and I will I will win one of them. Of course, the pawn on d3 can be dangerous, and it also can be weak. We don't know, because it's a tough call. I can attack the pawn and take it, or maybe you can promote it. We don't know what will happen in the game, but at least I destroyed the knight from d3, and it's an important achievement. I'm happy that I destroyed the knight. So okay, we will stay here. We will stay here for a few minutes, because I'm curious if white will find the courage to take the knight on d3. Of course, she can play something like, I don't know, rook c2, but it's not something you want. On the other hand, the c6 pawn is still hanging, so maybe you can play something like a rook c2, but no, you don't want to do that. I mean, when you have rook takes d3, you are supposed to do it, right? Rook takes, e takes. The problem for black is that black doesn't have any good follow-up, right? You can play like rook c8, bishop takes, rook takes, but for this pawn, for the pawn on d3, to be strong, you need some other pieces to support the pawn, and I don't see them. The bishop on b2 is very strong. When you play knight e4, I happily exchange the knight on e4, and I don't see the pieces how they can help the d3 pawn to survive. The problem in this position is the bishop on d6, because it has no purpose. The only purpose I can see is to exchange the bishop for the knight on d4, and that leads to a bad position. So yeah, this is interesting, and white has good chances to surprise her higher rated opponent. Okay, let's see other games. How do we continue on the first board, where we stopped after queen takes d5, and I said that it's a fight, but it's better for white. And instead of playing queen takes e2, white, after queen takes d5, black came with a surprising possibility. Actually, this is typical for women chess. I like commenting on that, because they are aggressive. Really, on the board, women are often very aggressive, and this rook e6 is a surprising idea. Black just wants to deliver mate on h2 by playing rook e6. That's a surprising option. It should not work, to be honest, because black has no development, and this attack by rook e6, it should not work. But it's fun. I like this idea. I remember we had the best player here in the Czech Republic like 10 years ago, or maybe 15 already, was Jara Jacková. And she was so famous for her attacking style. She even won a game against Karpov in Sicilian in like 25 moves or something like that. And it's quite typical actually for women. They like to play attacking chess, and that's why I like commenting on these games. Rook e6, it has a idea of playing rook h6, trying to mate white on h2. Of course, white is not going to give up, right? And after 11 minutes of thinking, she found bishop takes e5. But to remind you, bishop takes e5 could have been made 4 moves ago. After g5 that black played g5, the bishop could take the knight immediately. Instead the bishop went to d2, then to c3, and then finally arrived to e5, destroying the knight and the best piece of black. So that's probably the correct continuation. Of course, you can try bishop after bishop takes e5, you can try rook h6, but sadly for black, it has many holes. This combination is really not correct. One of the holes can be that I can play g4 now. It's the move I like. It's quite funny that I joined with the bishop. But this is not the end of the world. Maybe you can... No, this is too much. Bishop takes e5 is not working. So after g4, I think black is going to resign. Yeah, this is bad. No, this is not possible. So rook h6 didn't happen, and after rook takes e5, we abandoned the idea of rook h6. So I'm actually I'm surprised that black didn't take with the bishop on e5. I would do that immediately, actually, because I wanted to go rook h6. It looks stupid, but actually it's not easy to avoid that attack for a human. What would happen after bishop takes e5? I don't know. Maybe f4? But this is anybody's game. Okay, it should be objectively good for white, of course, because white has better pieces, better pawn structure, no weaknesses. But okay, yeah, it can be anybody's game. Rook h6 is pretty annoying, so I am surprised that black didn't take with the bishop. I don't know why, because after rook takes e5, that happened in the game. Calmly queen takes d6, and okay, black wanted to develop the bishop finally, but there is no mate on h2. That's bad. I mean, I can just exchange the bishops and now save the pawn on e2 by playing e3, or maybe even I can play rook c7, or I don't know. And I don't think there is enough counterplay. Enough counterplay for black, I don't know. So yeah, bishop h3. It has some logic. Maybe black wants to go rook e6 then, and then rook h6 maybe, continuing the attack like that. Yeah, it's a desperation, yeah. No, it will not work. Nana Zagnizes, she's a very experienced player, and I think she will find a way to win this game. It's not that easy. Of course, it contains some logic for black to play like this, because the h2 pawn is weak. And yeah, this is a threat, rook e6, so I need to take the bishop, and then I need to solve the problems with h2 pawn. So maybe, yeah, it's not that easy. Maybe I will need to play a rook c7 and start an aggression on my own. But there, you can play g4 and then rook h5. Okay, come on. Okay, yeah, we will keep an eye on that. Interesting. Thank you, Matthias. We have big advantage on board 22 for Ellen Nielsen, who just got an women IM norm in Chennai and is also under contract with Chess24. Okay, Matthias. Don't know who your sources are, but they are pretty good. Okay, so we will go to the board 22. Frederica Ellen Nielsen, Denmark player playing against Julia Antolak from Poland. She has a rating of 2378. Oh my, that's a pretty big rating. And honestly, I can admit that I've never heard of Julia, sadly. Okay, I have a philosophical comment. I will get back to that, but then I will start with this position. And okay, the idea is that we have an underdog with a winning position against higher rated player. Okay, I can see that white position is good, yeah, because this is a big weakness on d6. These knights are perfect, c3 and c4. White has no weaknesses. But I don't understand this evaluation of +2. I don't know. I can see that white's position is better, but I think it can be anybody's game, and this is not easy for white to find a big advantage. Because, for example, I mean, the most logical continuation for me is just to take and take. But this is going to be very risky, I think, because now these knights on c3 and c4 are becoming a tactical weakness, and I'm really afraid that black can do something with the knight, jump somewhere and destroy my hopes, but it's not that easy actually. Of course, taking on d4 is something we can explore, because yeah, you want to destroy that knight. I don't know what the computer solution is now. I don't know. But black has some compensation. I mean, I can jump very stupidly to e8, and then when you return with the queen, I don't know, I can take on c3, and then I can take on b5, yeah. And who knows? I don't know. I don't know. This is not an easy game. Not an easy game for white, not an easy game for black. Computer's suggestion is b6, which is the move I like very much, because black can't take it, of course, due to knight takes b6, and the pawn is going to be very annoying on b6, and also it's not weak on b5 anymore. It was attacked by the knight and also by the queen, so b6 is a good move, I think. So now I return to the comments. I think that the causality is the other way around when it comes to the aggressiveness of women chess players. In general, women are less aggressive than men, but being more aggressive is essential to succeed in a game where the goal is literally to kill your opponent's king. Okay, nice comment. But I would remind you the games of Anatoly Karpov. It's not the only way how to win a chess game, right? Yeah, and yeah, it's interesting that I see more attacks on king in women chess, but it's just my opinion. Where is the reason? I don't know. But just name me one Karpov in women chess, right? It's maybe not that easy. The knight on c4 is strong. Why should not open up the c file? That's true. Yeah, that's true. But on the other hand, the knight on d4 is strong. So I want to take it. So it's not easy, right? Yeah, I can't stand the knight on d4, right? But I understand that taking the knight opens the c file, and that's also a disadvantage, but I don't like the knight on d4, right? I want to destroy it. Because the computer is suggesting something like bishop f4, and honestly I don't understand. I don't know. I just go knight e8 and what? Maybe then knight d5, okay. I'm beginning to understand. Yeah. This is important move. Okay. Yeah, now I can understand the advantage, because after pushing knight d5, there is an open possibility of playing c3. So yeah, that's something already, because when I chase away the knight from d4, I can understand that white has a big advantage because of the control of these central squares. So yeah, that's how I like. But you can see in the game bishop takes d4 happened, right? I mean, and computer shows it's a big mistake, but Honestly, we are not computers, and that's something you should learn from this commentary. That I can completely understand this kind of mixed mistakes because I'm a human playing normal chess, and I would take on d4, and then I would analyze the game and I would say, like, okay, I am stupid. I should have played this b6, right? It's easy for a computer, but from a human point of view, you want to take this knight away. So queen takes d4, and actually the computer is suggesting that my move, knight e8, is the best. Okay, like, okay, good job. But with an advantage for white, yeah, I can understand that. But disadvantage is not that big. I think the game is going to somehow liquidate to a draw, because there is going to be big exchanges. Black is going to take this b5 pawn away somehow, and yeah, white has an advantage, but it's nothing decisive. Okay, thank you for all your comments, for all your tips. I think we are approaching to the decisive phases of the games. Okay, Nana, yeah, that's another level. The best moves according to the computer. I like it very much. That's another level. But I think we are approaching to the decisive phases of the game because we are going to the time trebles. I will have another short break, and after the break I hope we will see first results of the Women European Individual Championship 2022. Thank you for watching and hope to see you soon. So, welcome back. Welcome back after the break. We have first results of some games here during the first round of Women European Championship here in Don Giovanni, Prague. You can see the position we actually had during our commentary few hours ago, and the game ended, and we will check what happened. After a4, which is a normal move in Berlin defense, I suggested bishop e7, but actually black played f6 in this position. And please do not do that at home in your games. No. In open positions like this, playing f6 with black usually leads to a catastrophe. And this game confirms that. This game evaluation is going to be a quick catastrophe pretty soon. After f6, white d4, logical move, and black was hoping to block the position by playing e4. But the pawn is pinned, so f3 is not attacked. White played bishop or f4, quite good. Threatening to take on d6 and then e4. Black was hoping to defend all this by playing f5, but after d5, a logical move. It's already a bad position. Black, because the knight on c6 is attacked. It has to go back on e7, and as you can see, the bishop on f8 is not in the game, and it's not going to end well for black with the bishop on f8 and king on e8. The lead in development for white is too big, and the position is already winning. But you need to act decisively in order not to let black, let's say, play a6 or something like that. Then the bishop would have to go back, and you need to act quickly and decisively, and that's exactly what white did, and the game ended only in 13 moves. You will see we are now at move 10, so in 3 moves it will be the end of the game. Unbelievable. Bishop takes d6, c takes d6, and knight d4, and it's so nice. I wanted to show you this game. It's a good start for French player with white pieces, because after knight d4, white has an unbelievable threat of knight e6, and probably black didn't find this threat, because otherwise black would play king f7. It's a desperation, but at least it's something. It's not the end of the world. But after g6, what happened in the game after 8 minutes of thinking, knight e6 was played, and the pawn on d7 is pinned. That's why black has to go queen a5. But after knight a3, black actually resigned, because the threat of knight c4 is too strong. Let's say, I don't know, let's play king f7, at least to step out of the fork on c7. Then I go knight c4, queen b4, and c3, and the queen is trapped on b4. Anyway, the position would be very bad, but now it's immediately over, because the queen can't be safe. So after knight a3, which is the move 13, black resigned, and it's a very small little cute miniature to begin the European Championship, because after knight d4, black didn't pay enough attention to white threats, and knight e6 was unnoticed, and that was a disaster for black's position. But anyway, the opening was not good, and please don't play f6 in open games, because it's almost never good. Don't touch these pawns on f7. They are too important, only when you play King's Gambit, as I do. So it was very nice, and we have a request in chat. Could you show the game on board 50? Okay, No problem. I will show the game on board 50. Who play on board 50? Okay, we have favorite in this game. It's Black's player Zuzana Gaboyan from Armenia, and she is playing against Diana Lomaya from Georgia. I see this position as equalish, somewhere around equal is an achievement for white. But on the other hand, it's objectively equal, but on the other hand, this king on g2, it seems like a dangerous position for the king. The pawn should be on f2 to have the safe position of the king, but with the pawn on f3 and queens on board, it can be also quite risky for white, but nothing really big is happening. White wants to exchange the knight on d6. I think that's a good idea, and it should be a draw, I think, but we will see what happens in the game. Okay, smart guy, hope you are satisfied, and I will return to the first board where Nana Zagnidze has a winning position against Maria Gevorgyan. Strategically winning position. The reason is that white is a pawn up, and also black king side is damaged by this g5 move. Black was hoping for an attack on the king side, and she's still hoping, I think. But the problem with the move rook e6 and rook h6, in my opinion, is that white can just defend the h2 pawn by playing queen g2, transposing the game to a winning endgame. But on the other hand, now I see that the b2 pawn is weak. It's not that clear to my eyes. So I wonder, okay, maybe queen d7. Pinning the rook to the queen. Yeah, maybe logical. And then the b7 pawn is hanging, and also rook c7 is a threat. I think white needs to act aggressively and decisively. Also f7 is a big weakness, so it makes sense. Because I think with playing passively, like queen d5, queen g2, I think the in-game is normal for black. It's bad, but playable. So I think white has better moves than returning with the queen. Rook fd1 played, and we are waiting for the move of black. There is also an idea of g4. Then honestly, I don't know. It looks interesting, at least, because rook h5 is threatened. But yeah, black is hoping for rook h5 attacking the h2 square, but I think white can continue with either rook d5 or rook c5. I don't know. No, rook c5 is not good due to bishop f8, I think, but maybe it's good anyway, I don't know. But yeah, by playing rook to d5 or c5, I defend this threat, because rook h5 is no longer threatened, and that's important, because otherwise this g4 move is too risky. It shuts down black's queen, and the queen is alone on h3, and it's not dangerous anymore. But it's important to defend the threat of rook h5, so that's why I wanted to play rook d5. On the other hand, also queen d7 is possible. It's more aggressive, because I'm attacking the rook on e8. And also it's good to know that rook h5 is not that deadly. Of course, I don't want to lose the pawn on h2, but even if I do, I can just calmly play king f1 and king e2. And that's actually an idea behind, one of the ideas behind the move rook fd1, because it's activating the rook, and also it creates an escape route for white's king in any case, when something would go badly wrong and I would lose the h2 pawn. then I can evacuate my king through f1 to e2, and it's actually quite important to have such an escape route, because it's not mate anymore on h2. So I really like White's decision to play rook fd1. It's a calm positional move, and White's position is winning. So we are expecting something like rook e6 or g4. Black is thinking about it, but nothing. Yeah, the position is bad. Computer is suggesting something like h5, which I find very funny. But yeah, yeah, at least he is going somewhere, right? Okay, thank you for the appreciation from the chat. Don't be afraid to ask me any questions about chess or the tournament, or whether you can come here and look at the tournament. You actually can. We are playing in Don Giovanni Hotel, and you can watch the ladies for first 10 minutes of the games, and then you can join me here in the commentary room. But you can also watch it online on YouTube, and I think it's the most comfortable way. I think all the transmissions were corrected. We have no errors anymore, and I will check the last game. We've seen actually the opening during the beginning of our transmission is h5, and I was expecting a quick end after b5, which is too slow, and it actually happened. And it's a traditional way for White to attack against Dragon Sicilian, and I think it's good for all of you to to see how we attack the dragon position and the king in this defense. H takes, and queen d2 normally. Then after b4, black is trying to do something on the queen side, but after knight c2, also knight d5 was perfectly possible, but knight c2 is maybe even stronger, because this bishop on b3 is very important against this dragon system, because it's pinning the f7 pawn, and it will tell in the game, you will see. That's why normally in this opening, black is trying to either destroy the bishop on e3 or put the knight on c4 to block the bishop. It's very important, and that's why they are playing rook c8, knight a5 and knight c4 normally, or knight e5 and knight c4, because by playing b4 black achieves nothing, and she's trying to do something, but it's too slow. You can see bishop h6 deciding the game, because with an open h-file the attack goes unprovoked. And after bishop h8, now you see the use of the bishop, because it's pinning the f7 square. And after a4, white is just in time to take on g6. It's a small little miniature and quick win for white in the first round, and good luck to Carolina. Hopefully it will be better during her next games here in the tournament. So we have again a reminder of board 33 and the question, who are the favorites for winning the tournament? You can see that Mart's guy from the rating that the biggest favorite of the tournament is Nana Zagnidze, and also her Georgian compatriot Lela Chavakashvili. So we have two Georgian players on two top boards, and they are the biggest favorites of the tournament, together with Antoaneta Stefanova from the Bulgaria. I think, yeah, these three ladies are really the biggest favorites of the tournament, and I am going to see the board 33. We've been there or no? Yeah, we've been there. It's the position. Yeah, we've checked after bishop takes f4. And I have the comment that Twitch streamer Lile Korice is doing very well against Olympiad silver medalist Elin Rubers. As my chat suggested, that's the correct pronunciation. Okay, I would like to welcome the Twitch streamer here. Hopefully she will win the game. And she will come here maybe, or she will create a Twitch session of her own. This game is quite typical for Sicilian defense. We've seen this position after king h1, and I told you about the e5 square, and black actually jumped there immediately. Queen d2, I was suggesting that maybe queen e1 is the maneuver to play, but queen d2 is also perfectly possible. a4, this is normal, takes, queen d4, normal, but it's normal, yeah. The computer shows it the position is equal, but it's easier to play for black. I mean, against a Sicilian, when you are white, you need to attack something. Because when the game progresses slowly, you have problems with the queen side, you have problems with central squares, like e5, for example. So you really need to create an initiative and to attack black somewhere, right? And I don't see any attack here. I mean, I see the pawn on b4 and the classical queen's initiative, and I don't see any attack for white. And after b4, I mean, the only move is knight d5. You have to play knight d5. I mean, it's the only option. And knight a4 is a big positional mistake. I'm surprised that white played this. And even more, after knight e5, he took with the bishop. And from the strategical point of view, this is just terrible, because these two bishops are so strong and they are unopposed. There is no black squared bishop of white. That's a big problem. I know white was hoping to put the knight on c5. And yeah, the knight will land on c5. But the problem is that I will just play bishop c6. The knight will land on c5. But that's the only active piece for white. Right? And even the knight has no future on c5. Where it goes? It goes to a6 or what? Yeah, maybe on a6, but you know, b4 is not hanging anyway because of this bishop. So that's the problem, that this is the only active piece of white, and that's just not enough, right? So black has a big positional advantage due to the bishop pair and due to black squares here in the center, controlled by black pieces. This is also a weakness on e4. And yeah, this is going very well for black. I like black's position. But on the other hand, we have 20 moves, and we will see plenty of time troubles here today. This will be one of them. Of course, queen b6 is the correct move. And you see that white was thinking for 7 minutes on her move. And she has only 17 minutes left for 20 moves, and this is just going to be an immense time trouble. And that's maybe the biggest issue, because black has the initiative connected with the pin, and white is in a time trouble. No, this is not going to end well, I think. And yeah, we may see the surprise here in this game. Okay, let me check the boards with Czech players. Okay, and the fifth board, where Eliška Richterová is playing, we left the game with this bad position of black, but at least to my eyes, it's not the end of the world. I've seen many of these French positions, so it's not something you can just win with white with no thinking. I mean, some thinking is necessary. After knight d7, white offered an exchange of this knight on f5, and black refused. And white actually quite wisely decided to open another front on the queen side by playing a3, and I like this idea. Because you know, you have advantage on the king side, but to win on the king side alone, it's not easy. You know, h4 is protected very well, there are no big weaknesses, so you want to open another front, and this a3 move I like very much. And actually black helped opening up the position by playing c5, and I think after c4 the black's position is going to collapse, because yeah, it was very nice, this a3 and c4. I like this very much. Opening up the second front is the key to this position, because now you see these black pieces, rook h5 and knight g7, they are not in the game. That's the big problem, because all eyes are on the center here, and all white pieces are prepared. For example, I have this bishop a4 idea, for example, and then rook c1. So all white pieces are prepared for the action, and where are black pieces? h5 and g7, and that's the biggest problem in the position. So yeah, it's going to fall apart, and after d5, white has a big advantage, and I like this game very much. Now it's going to be very tough for black. You can see that these pieces on the king side are not happy. They are not living an easy life. I mean, this is no. This is a very nice game for white, showing her strength, and yeah, this is going to be winning for white, I think. Just calmly, we are going to take the pawn on c4, and then these queen side pawns are too weak, and on the top of that, black has no counterplay. You mean I have this bishop on f8 blocked by the pawn on d6. I have the rook on h5, and the position is just so bad. Yeah, this is going to be a nice win for white, I think. And the other check game we've seen already is this game between Antoaneta Stefanova and Natasha Richterova. And white was actually thinking for 15 minutes. And if you remember, I told you that computer shows e4, but you are playing the first round. You are the favorite. You don't want any complications. And it's difficult to decide. And you can see that white was thinking for 15 minutes. And I believe she didn't want to play queen d3. She knew exactly that e4 is the right move. I mean, if it would be a blitz game in a pub or something like that, she would play e4 immediately with no hesitation. But you know, this situation is different. We are all humans, so instead of playing e4, white played queen d3, and it's another queen move you really don't want to make, because b2 is no longer protected. Bishop on f1 is blocked, so it's an ugly move. And white knew that it's not the best move. I believe she couldn't be happy with this move. But she didn't want to sacrifice a pawn on d4, so she played it. And knight a6 is a logical reaction, and now I believe the worst is past for black. Black can be reasonable. Okay, so I sacrificed the pawn anyway. Okay, it's a big fight now. Oh, rook takes d4, queen c2, rook d8. Oh my, e4. Okay, finally. Okay, she went for it. Sacrifice the d4 pawn in a different way. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good. I don't know what I would do for black here. As black, I don't know. It's unpleasant initiative. This knight e5 was an interesting move. Of course you want to develop the bishop from f8, but you have problems with this g4 bishop. The computer is suggesting bishop e6. Yeah, that's a strong move. And after b4, g6. Yeah. Yeah, why not? Yeah, it's going to be a tough fight. But again, it's another time trouble. As you can see, we have move 15. And white has only 24 minutes remaining and black only 7 if the clock is correct. We can't be sure, but approximately it's correct. So black is in a deep time trouble, and also is white. This is going to be a box fight or something like that. We are going to see big mistakes in this position. Okay, I will show you a nice little idea. I think white is going to play bishop f4. I know, because this is also the idea of bishop e6, but when you don't play that, I also have this idea of bishop f4 and knight c4. And by playing that, I attack the queen can't go back, but I also need the move b4. And that's why the reason white also played b4, because by playing b4, the knight c4, and the c5 is protected, but the queen can go also to d4. Yeah, this is not good. This is not good. So I think after e6, knight takes g4 would happen, at least to have the bishop pair. But honestly, I don't know about the compensation. Bishop e3 maybe. This is not clear to me. I think black can fight normally in this position, and also can play the bishop e6 move. I don't think this is so bad for black. I think I like black's position somehow. I don't know why. I have no weaknesses. I know I'm underdeveloped, but I also have this b3 square. Okay, this is juicy. I can try bishop b3 or g6 and bishop g7. Oh, I like this position. I hope bishop e6 will happen. Oh no, bishop e6. Oh, queen a5. Oh my, queen a5. Well, the queen has a tough job in this game. She went to b6, and b6 was not a good square, and now she went to a5, and I don't like queen a5. What's the idea behind it? She wants to go knight b4 or what? Knight b4 maybe. Okay. Also the knight on e5 is hanging, so expecting knight takes g4. Maybe black is happy with exchanging this bishop, but now somehow I don't like it. I think the bishop was important, and bishop e6 was a better decision from a positional point of view. Somehow, but okay, it's playable. So I have this suggestion that we have another result. Sixth board, Jelena Danielian. Yeah, it was this position. Oh, okay. Yeah, it is b5. Yeah, I told you that this position is terrible for white, and it actually is terrible, and it was very quick in the game. Knight takes b5, knight takes 7, and black just calmly won a piece due to multiple tactical weaknesses of white on the queen's side. This b5 knight can't be saved, and in the game it was quick, because after bishop a6 white realized that knight c3 is not a good option. I can calmly take and then play queen a5, winning the piece, because knight c3 is not possible, the queen's hanging, and after queen c3 I have this bishop b4, pretty nasty move. winning the queen and the game. So after bishop a6, white took on a7, sacrificed the queen, but this is not something that should work. It did not work at all. Bishop b4 check, and now black played rook takes c3 for the fans. It's a small little combination for all the chess fans. Rook takes c3, sacrificing the queen again, but the position is so winning that it's not even supposed to be called a sacrifice. After rook c1, mate. The white king has no squares, so knight takes d8 and rook c1 should actually happen in the game. I think that white should allow Jelena Danielian to mate on the board, but anyway, white resigned in 20 moves. Okay, another very quick, swift game. This rook c1 mate I like very much. Okay, so we have another win for the rating favorite. And how is the game developing? On the top board, black played queen h5 after 25 minutes of despair, 25 minutes of thinking. She played queen h5 because she realized that the kingside attack is going nowhere, which is a bad sign for black, of course. But she didn't give up. That's nice. And she played queen h5, trying to go back with the queen. I'm a little bit surprised that rook d5 didn't happen, because that would be an automatic reply. As I see the position, I'm happy to exchange one pair of rooks, and I also go away with the rook from d1, because it can be sometimes attacked by the queen. So yeah, I would go rook d5, but rook d2 is also a normal move. It's protecting the b2. Okay, yeah, f5. No. This is not how we play chess, because the black's king is so weak now that, yeah. But okay, the position was hopeless anyway, so black is trying to do something, and I think the plan is to go f4. And yeah, I can understand that, yeah. But I think white will be first. There are plenty of options, and yeah, this position is just winning. But okay, yeah. White is thinking, because it's not that clear. Rook c7 can be played, but yeah, this bishop is not attacked, and it can go to f8. Yeah, everything's sort of protected, so yeah, black can continue by playing f4. Yeah, it's a game. It's a game. It can be, yeah, it can be good. Can it be a good chance for black? Okay, it's objectively lost, but it's some counterplay. So I like this move f5 with 10 minutes on the clock. We are approaching the time treble. So yeah, f5 is a good try. I like this try. The computer shows some move like queen d3, which I don't understand. Maybe with the idea of queen c4, maybe. Yeah, okay, I don't understand that. I don't think it's going to happen. No, it's not going to happen. The problem in white's position, I believe, is the knight on b3. The knight is not in the game, and that's the problem. I think when the knight jumps into the game will be finished. So I would be very tempted to play something like knight c5. But this position is actually not that easy, because always after knight c5, black has the option of going bishop f8. This f5 move was very clever. I'm curious what white will choose. It's not easy. It's not easy. I like white's position, of course, but it's not easy. And yeah, we were here a few minutes ago. The queen a5 move happened, and Antoana Stefanova didn't make a move yet. That's surprising, because I would go knight takes g4 immediately, and then just simply developing the pieces. Knight takes, bishop e2. Yeah, it would be logical, right? Oh, somebody thinks that the transmission broke down on most of the boards. Maybe, yeah. It can be the question of last few minutes. But actually, I don't think it's a global problem, and I think we are going to see a lot of time troubles here, because yeah, you can believe that black was thinking for 10 minutes here on the move queen a5. It's already here, so I don't think it's a broken transmission. I think it's a slow play. Yeah, and also for Natasha, she was not playing for a long time, so it's tough for her to play this first round. So I expect time trouble here, especially when the position is so complicated like this one, and they were thinking basically from the move 4 what to do with no theoretical knowledge. So yeah, we are going to see a lot of time troubles, but it's possible that the transmission broke. I don't know, we will see. I will check, if you don't mind, the check duel between Julia Movsesian and Petra Sochorova. We left the game somewhere around here with bishop f3 was the move. And I was actually praising white's position. I was saying that it's okay, I would maybe even choose white in this position. But then, pretty annoying move, bishop b4 happened. I very like this move. I think it's a great solution, because it pins the knight, and it was also a clever trap, because a3 is the most logical move, but it's bad, as you will see in the game, and it's so nice. I really enjoy this solution from Julia. She is very experienced, and now you can see that, because of course white should play queen c2 here, right? No problems, approximately equal, but a3 is very tempting, and she fell for the trap, because after a3 bishop b3 happened, and it's so nice. I like it. Bishop b3. It was a clever trap from Julia. Bishop b3, it means that the queen is under attack. And the problem is that when you take with the knight, there is bishop takes e1, winning an exchange, because now you need to take the bishop and I take the knight, and I make an exchange up. And that was maybe even the best solution for white, because you can play this position, you have two bishops. You can play on, but after queen takes b3, that happened in the game, there is bishop takes d2, and that's even worse. Because now you are also losing an exchange. You can try sacrificing the queen, that happened in the game, but then queen takes b2, and the material advantage of black is just too big. You know, there is a big advantage for black in this position, because the queen is strong. Of course, white has some compensation with rook and the bishop, but it's not enough. This position is very good for black. So this bishop b3 idea I like very much. And it probably decided the game, because yeah, and I also like this solution, exchanging the rooks. Good job, yeah. Black played a very nice game. And also she's going forward with the queen, because she knows that bishop pair is strong, so it goes forward with the knight. I like this game very much, and this position is technically winning. We have queen against rook and the bishop, but no longer this bishop pair dangerous, so the position is technically winning, and h5, creating a hole for the king, and after h3 there is rook a6, and yeah, yeah, this is very good. Yeah. So yeah, this position is winning for black, and yeah, in the game the attack was decisive. Okay, I will make another quick break, and I see you after. Okay, welcome to the commentary of the first round of Women European Chess Championship 2022 here in Prague in Don Giovanni Hotel. The first round is in full swing and we have time troubles approaching, and now we will see swift changes in the game, so let's look at it. I have here the first board, the top board, where Nana Zagnidze, the biggest favorite of the tournament, is playing, and we left the game after f5. I praised this move because Black wants to go f4, but I think White chose the best move, Rook c5. From the human's point of view, she wants to exchange one pair of rooks, and then the counterplay of Black on the king side will be weaker. That's very important, and I like this move, Rook c5, and there is a tactical explanation behind it, because after Bishop f8, it seems winning an exchange here on c5, but actually after Bishop f8, White calmly took the rook by Queen takes e5, and this position is just completely winning. The reason is that after sacrificing the queen or exchanging the queen for two rooks, now White has 3 pieces and Black has only 2 pieces, and with this king on g8 that is very weak, this difference in the number of pieces is crucial, because these 2 rooks are very active and the queen alone can't oppose these rooks. The position is completely winning for White. And Nana Zagnidze just played Rook d8, and then the knight becomes active on d4, and that's the thing, because the knight on b3 was the only piece that was left out of the game, and after knight d4 there is just no way to defend all these weaknesses and also the weak king. So this game is going to end soon. The attack is decisive. You can see White rooks joining the party, and also the knight, and okay, White is just enjoying the game because now she sacrificed the rook on e5, but after knight e7 she wins the queen. There is just no way for Black to defend this position. So yeah, I think White has chosen the nicest way to finish the game. After Bishop f8 that happened in the game, Black was hoping to defend the last rank, but after Rook g7, White insists on knight e7 fork, and Black resigned. It's a very nice way to finish the game. I like this very much, because after Bishop takes g7 there is knight e7, and after Queen takes g7, of course, knight takes g7. Anyway, we will have an endgame with an exchange up and 2 pieces up, and that's something you don't want to play against a player of Nana Zagnidze caliber, so logically Black resigned. It was a very nice game. I'm especially a fan of the decision in the opening, this d6 move I talked about in the opening. It was a nice moment, and White won a nice game. Okay, we may have a first visitor on the women section. I don't know. Women are encouraged to come here to the commentary room, but you know, it's the first round and the tournament is starting, so they will get used to it, and I think we will see some guests in the future. Okay, let's go to the game of Natasha, because we've spent some time on this game, and I'm very surprised. Okay, we are in a big time trouble here, so we will catch up with the game and then see the rest of it. I'm very surprised that White, after 9 minutes of thinking, she didn't take the bishop. I'm very surprised, but okay, Bishop f4 is not a bad move at all. Bishop e6, Bishop e2. We have only moved 20. And they have only 4 minutes left. Oh, come on. This is just too difficult to play such a position with only 30 seconds for each move, because they get 30 seconds increment, and you can't play this position objectively with such time trouble. I mean, it's physically impossible. And you can see that computer doesn't approve this move of knight d7, but okay, this is just too complicated. Knight c4 takes, e6. So the character of this position is that black is a pawn up, white has a good compensation because of the activity of these pieces in the center. But on the other hand, black has no weaknesses in her position. It's also important. And she wants to develop the bishop and then make a short castle, finish the development, and maybe use the extra pawn. Actually, I don't know if I would choose white in this position, because I no longer see the objects for an attack. So let's get straight back into the game. After b5, b4, bishop e7, white played e5. And we have this current position on the board. Actually, it's a good job from Natasha, from our Czech player, on the third board of European Chess Championship, because she is playing a great game against the rating favorite Antoaneta Stefanova. And the game is around equal, and they are in a big time trouble. I was expecting that even from the beginning, I told you. And it really happened, and I like black's position. There are really no weaknesses. Maybe this c6 pawn is a bit weak now, that's true, but on the other hand I have more pawns, so it's not that bad. And oh, okay, you see that the knight is going from a6 to c7, and then it's going to land on d5. And that's the key square for the knight. Of course, white wants to activate the knight in a similar manner by playing knight e4 and then knight d6 maybe. It's possible, but it's not the end of the world. I mean, after knight d6 I can happily take, and you take with the pawn and you have pawn on d6, but that's it. I mean, what's the continuation? So I really like black's position now. Computer is suggesting something like h4, which is an inhuman move to maybe gain space on the king side, play it slowly. Yeah, it's possible, but yeah, no, I don't like white's position now, because black has a simple plan of going knight d5, and that's very important in a time trouble, that you have an easy game. That's actually the crucial thing. That you don't have to think too much about your moves. You have just simply knight d5, then you want to castle, right? Everybody can make these moves, but not everybody can find a good way for white, right? It's actually harder for white to play. One would say that white has an initiative, and it would be better to play with white with the initiative, but it's not this case. In this case, it's not easy to develop the initiative, to really find objects for an attack. So I think black is okay. Okay, I'm curious what Antoaneta will play. She has only 2 minutes left. This h4 move is possible. I would go knight e4, so I'm expecting knight e4. And after bishop knight d5, just bishop g3. Yeah, but I think black is okay. Okay, bishop e3 happened in the game. It's also around equal, attacking the queen. And now the question is, do you want to go c5 or not? I don't want to go c5. I don't want. Because it's seemingly active, but it changes the structure too much, and I like this structure. So queen b7 is the correct solution after bishop e3, I think. Yeah, maybe we can see the board with Natasha to see how they are playing right now. The tension is growing. They are in a big time trouble. Yeah, I like such situations, you know, it's a tough fight. Two players against each other. It's nice about chess. So bishop e3, yeah. One would like to go c5, but I think it's a positional mistake. So you need to sit on your hands and calmly go back with the queen. No harsh feelings. Yeah, it's not an easy decision. Yeah, it's not an easy game for Antoaneta because one would expect a win from her with white, especially in the first round. Okay, we have many moves now, but queen b7 really happened. Good job, Natasha. Not changing the pawn structure, and white is trying to do something on the king side by playing f4 after queen b7. And then knight d5 happened and white was forced to take on d5 because bishop e3 was hanging. So now we have knight. Of course, black is going to recapture with the pawn. I think, yeah, the transmission is somehow stuck, but there are so many games in progress and in a time trouble, so that may be the reason. We have only 15 minutes to the time control, so that's the decisive situation. Sadly for us, the computer shows that knight d5 was a mistake. I don't get it. That after f4, the correct move was first to castle. Yeah, I can see that, yeah. Yeah, then you can jump up with the knight. Because now, after c takes d5, the problem is the c file. Yeah, I would also underestimate that in my game, so it was a tough call, because now rook c1 is a very strong solution. And imagine you already have the king on g8 and rook on f8. Imagine that black already castled, but then you would have rook c8, an opposition on the c file. But black didn't castle, and that means after rook c1, already the c file is very dangerous, and you can't oppose the rook on c1. When the king is on g8 and rook on f8 already, you can play rook c8, but now you don't have that option, and that's actually bad, because how you can stop this queen 7? So yeah, this was a tough call. This knight d5 was very logical, but it was better to castle first. Now white got an upper hand, because white is a pawn down, still, but now the c file is open and queen c7 is a massive threat. Now I think white will jump to the c7, and then no, I don't believe black can survive this endgame, because these two pawns, or maybe even queen c6, I don't know, maybe queen c7, queen c6, because these pawns on a7 and b5, they are both under attack and they are very weak, and that's a big problem. Yeah, queen c7 happened in the game, we were not mistaken, and then yeah, it's a sad necessity for black. She has to go queen takes and rook takes and a6, defending these pawns on the queen side, but yeah, I don't believe that. White's rook is too active on c7 and the compensation is big. Yeah, bad luck, yeah. I don't think this will end very well for black. Queen c7, yeah, this was a strong idea. So after all, the rating favorite Antoaneta Stefanova seems to get an upper hand in this game. Yeah, I think we can look somewhere else, because this is very tough, and I have a feeling that this will not end well. It's a sad story because, yeah, the position was good, but no, now the c-file is too strong. Okay, we have some results already. Maybe we can update on the games we've seen before. And also I wanted to show you the game of Anička Lhocká. She is also one of our best juniors, and she played a tournament in Prague, I think like 14 days ago or something like that, with a rating performance close to 2300. So yeah, it was not an easy pairing in the first round for Natalia Zhukova. And actually it seems like Anička is playing one of her best games. So you can see the position is quite interesting. White has this bishop on b1 that seems to be completely stacked. But as we know from Spanish games, it's not that clear because the bishop is actually using this diagonal. For example, when black takes on f5 the knight, then the knight is going to be captured, but the bishop from b1 is going to be opened, and that's the reason why this piece on b1 is not that bad. And moreover, white is a piece up, and okay, it's a full piece. So I think we are going to win this game, guys. And Natalia Zhukova, I wonder why her rating is so low, because she is a grandmaster for so long. So yeah, something must have happened in her life or something. I don't know. I don't want to speculate, but yeah, this game is not good for black. No. I even have the comment that it's already 1-0 and Zhukova resigned. I'm not surprised because after bishop takes h6, oh my, that's an attack. Oh, this is just a disaster. When you take on h6, I just take, and then I take, and I take everything. Oh my, rook takes e6, just a massacre. And computer shows +6. Oh, it's a big win for Anička Lhocká. Congratulations, Anička. This was a swift attack on the king side. No worries, no fears. Bishop takes h6. Go for the king. This happened on the board already. King g8. Just to be precise, it happened 15 minutes ago because we have a delay in the transmission due to anti-cheating regulations. Yeah, so 15 minutes ago, Anička, really, she took the bishop, as I told you. She is playing like me. Good or bad. And Natalia wanted to defend by playing knight f6, okay? But now I can join with my other rook by rook a6. Oh, it's a nice attack. I'm a piece up and I'm attacking. Okay, there's always a trick in defense. I mean, black can play bishop takes f2. Never give up in a chess game. Like, never. Chess is so rich. But the problem is I can happily even take the bishop. Because when you take my queen, I just go here, you take my queen. And then I go rook takes g6. And I will kill you only with my rooks. You are a queen up, but you can't defend. Oh my, that's nice. Oh, maybe this will happen. Okay. Okay, we have the game of the day. Maybe. I'm a Czech patriot. This is nice. We will wait here for the end. What happens after knight f6? Come on, Anička. Rook a6. Come on. Join with the last rook. Join with the last rook. it's there. It's there. Okay, come on, come on. And I have even the comment that she played knight takes h6 in the final position. Okay, she played it like me. Oh my, that's nice. Yeah, this is just, yeah, it's easier, you know. You can take on h6, yeah, and then take the queen. Okay, but yeah, rook takes g6 would be also quite good, I think. But yeah, this is even better to take the knight and then to take the queen, and yeah, now it's resignable. So we are waiting for the last moves for confirmation. But I think, yeah, it will be like this, because apart from bishop takes f2, there is no chance. So black will play bishop takes f2. Everybody would do it, but it's lost anyway. Okay, that was a nice game, Anička. Congratulations, it's a big win in the first round. A surprise, of course, but not such a big surprise. As I told you, Anička is good. I'm looking forward to her next games. She's still like, I don't know, 18 years old or something like that, so she's gonna be good. I hope so. Yeah, okay. I will check other games, because this is going... Oh, bishop takes f2 really happened. Okay. Now you see that your commentator is not that stupid. And the game will finish as I told you. So, it's a big win for us. And, well, I'm surprised that the game of Eliška Richterová is still continuing somehow. Okay, it's a dead lost position for black, I can see that. Oh my, she even played king h1. Oh, she is really enjoying this position. Okay, you see, bishop takes f2. What do you do, right? You can take on f2, no worries. There will be mate in few moves, but also you can play king h1. Okay, I like this move very much. Okay, this is fun. You see the idea? Because when you take the bishop with the queen, black still can take on e6. Okay, it's just lost, I know, but there is no mate. But when you play king h1, then when he takes or she takes, then you have queen h8. It's mate immediately, right? So it's better. So it's better to play king h1 in this position, and it's mate in 4 moves. Okay, so Gunay Mamadzada won the game very convincingly. We will see the result very soon. And there is there is surprise on board 2. We weren't there for a long time, maybe never during the commentary. I'm sorry for that. And it seems like Anastasia Paramzina, she is playing under the FIDE flag. And it seems like she has a winning attack here. So we will see a big upset on the second board, because Lela Javakashvili, the second seed of the tournament, she is just hopelessly lost in this position. I mean, look at this king. The king on e7, and yeah, but materially it's not that bad. Black is an exchange down, but she has many pawns for the exchange, so okay, it's not that clear. But after bishop bf1, I mean, who is going to stop that attack? Rook f7 is threatening, and after rook f8 I can just calmly take and then play queen f7, and what, right? You resign. So I think rook bf1 is the way to go, and white is going to win. Yeah. Oh, this is going to be a nice surprise. Okay, thank you for the comment that she played h3. So yeah, and that's not a good decision. No. She wanted to be sure that she is not going to be mated on the first rank, so she created a space for the king on h2. But this is a type of position where you need to mate black's king immediately, because imagine the situation that black somehow coordinate her pieces and maybe exchange one pair of rooks, right? The endgame is not clear anymore. You need to mate her. So yeah, rook bf1 was the way to go. So maybe, yeah, there is still a game there. And there is still a game on the third board. But yeah, black is lost. Yeah. Now you see what's happening with these pawns on the queen side. They are falling down. And these bishops, they happily block the d pawn. And no way for black to fight here. This bishop is bad, the knight is bad, the bishop goes nowhere, the pawn goes nowhere, and black can just simply collect these pawns and push the a pawn forward or activate the king or whatever. This is just completely lost. Now you see the power of these two bishops. They are too strong. So yeah, king f1 is suggested by the computer. I like this move. Step out of the g file and then just prepare an assault on the queen side. This should end soon. Sadly for us, it's lost for our Natasha. So I will check the lower boards because there were some interesting games. Okay, Anička Lhodská won. Elin Rubers where she was able to make an equal position. Maybe we can check the game because it was very bad for white. Oh my, no, this not a no. This it was very bad for white and it's still very bad for white. I mean, after e4 there is no way to save this in game. But f4, no, I hope this did not happen because this is just completely wrong from a position point of view. No. You want to go e4, not f4. Oh my. No, I don't know. Maybe it did not happen, right? I think e4 should be on the board, not f4. Oh man. Nobody could play f4 in this position. No, I don't believe that. It's just so strange. It's helping white a lot. Yeah, because now you are forced either to exchange the rooks or to take with the pawn, but the pawn is going nowhere. I mean, you need to connect these pawns. And it really happened, yeah. White was very lucky in this game. It's a draw now. What really happened? Interesting, yeah. It's a sad story for black because I think it was maybe even more winning before, but here after e4, no. This is not going to be saved. Then I go like bishop c5 and rook d2 and no. Maybe she was afraid of g4? Yeah, maybe. No, but this is completely lost for many reasons. Yeah, but it was possible. Maybe this g4 move after all. But I can even maybe go for this in game, right? You take, I give you a check, and then I go king g7, and how are you going to save this in game? I mean, there is no way. I'm going to king f6 and then it's just completely winning. So yeah, even in a stupid way like this, just exchanging the rooks, which is very stupid in this position, I can reach a winning in game. Yeah. Okay. So it's a draw. Another game we followed was on the lower board. Julia Movsesian, Petra Sochorová, they are still playing. Oh my. I was expecting to finish this game soon. So we ended in a position like this where computer shows like -7. But they are still playing. Oh. But it's a technical win for black, I think. All along, it's a technical win. So yeah, black won another pawn on h4, yeah. So nothing really big is happening, and I think it's going to be a win for black. Okay, this king h7 computer doesn't like at all. The truth is, maybe now white can put up some resistance along the third rank, something like this. I put my rook on the third rank. I defend the pawn on a3, and let's imagine I put the rook on g3. How are you going to break this position? It may be the fortress, something like that. The position was winning and the computer was suggesting queen g5, but yeah, it's no longer that easy. I think with the rooks on the board somewhere around here, it was completely winning, like I don't know, rook e5, threatening rook h5, and by playing rook e5, rook h5, something like that, to attack white on the king side, somewhere around here. Let's imagine after rook e5, how are you going to defend this position? But without rooks, there are possibilities for fortress, and this game is continuing. So yeah, we will return to that. And also we checked the game of Dina Bilinkaya. Surprisingly, it was -3 after 9 moves, because the knight ended on h3, which is really bad. But luckily for white, black exchanged queens. Okay, and this queen was like the worst piece for white on the whole board. It could have been attacked, but after exchanging of queens, the position is no longer that damaged. This in-game is quite normal. Of course, it's better for black, but yeah, with the queens on the board, it would be a different story. Now white was able to activate the knight somehow from h3, and the game continued normally with a small plus for black, but nothing really big. Okay, the position is better for black, but yeah, it's playable. Because imagine in this position, when black has the center, imagine queen on board. It would be a different story. Yeah, white is under pressure, but it's somehow manageable in the game. So the game continued, and slowly but surely white gained the upper hand. You see, she protected the g2 pawn by playing bishop f1, and these pawns in the center, they can also be weak. They are under pressure from white pieces. Okay, it's not fun, but I can imagine this position to end well for white. I don't know why she didn't play bishop h6 here. I don't know, maybe mistake in the transmission. But they exchanged bishops and some in-game followed, and slowly but surely white got the upper hand. She is a more better player according to the rating, and maybe more experienced. So yeah, on the queen side, she was able to start an attack on the king even. Oh my, yeah, this is completely... she turned tables completely. This is just so ugly position now for black. Suddenly king's weak, white pieces are active, and this is just going to be a massacre. Then we had this game of Adela Trasakova. We ended up in this position after queen e2, and I was screaming that I need to move bishop takes f6, and it really happened. That's great. And after knight d5, white is enjoying a small plus. Here, it's actually quite unpleasant for black. So rook d1 happened, that's good, rook c1, queen g6, queen e3, and rook d3, okay, doubling up on the d file, why not? Yeah, an experienced player would play h4 in this position, or first queen f3 and then h4. It's a small little continuation on the queen side, gaining up space So yeah, it would be my choice to put queen on f3 and start with h4, and then you see either black reacts with h5 or he don't. I don't know. Yeah, but usually we play h4 in this structure because we gain space on the king side and also for the king on g2. But okay, rook c3. Black also doesn't have a good plan, so I mean it looks like it's gonna be a draw, or I don't know, move repetition, because the knight on d5 is so strong that I don't think white is in any kind of danger. So she continued normally, rook d1. She was not able to find a good plan. So yeah, computer shows h4, it's my move, and after h5, knight c5. Yeah, this is aggressive solution to the problem. Yeah, that's nice, that's I like. But okay, this rook d1. Okay, what's happening? Nothing's happening. Okay, b6, that doesn't help black at all. f6, no, I don't like it. Black is doing something strange here. Queen f7, rook d1, calmly. That's the key, calmly. No way, rook b8? No way. No. No. Okay, this is very bad. I think she wanted to play a5, but no. Of course knight f6 happened. It's a good move. Okay, I will try to explain the idea. It's a nice little combination caused by the move rook b8, which is not good. So after rook b8, white has a small combination, like Capablanca combination, knight takes f6, which is good because black can't take with the rook. There is rook takes d7, and after rook takes f3, I can calmly pick up the queen with the king. So I'm an exchange up. And after knight takes f6, when you take with the pawn, I can take on d6, and then after bishop takes d6, queen takes f6, and black's position is falling apart. So actually after knight takes f6, I would expect resignation from my opponent. Surprisingly, black didn't resign. She needs 6. Okay. Okay. So white calmly returned with the knight. Knight has done its job. Why not? Rook takes d6 was also a possibility, but knight d5 is completely logical. Yeah, rook d1 again. Well, that's a pity. Because you see, after a5, I can do the same combination all over again. Let's imagine the position that happened in the game after a5. I can just calmly take on b6 and do the same combination on the other side. That would be funny. But yeah, she didn't go for it. It's a pity because after knight takes b6, I do the same thing. Because you can't take with the rook. The bishop on f8 is hanging. Maybe she was afraid of rook f6 here. But after rook f6 I can play queen e3, defending the knight. And it's just it. I want another pawn. Give me that pawn. Sadly in the game, it's surprising because knight takes f6 was the move for white that she found, and knight takes b6 wasn't played. It's a pity. But okay, it's winning anyway. Rook d7. Oh, it's all about the knight. Oh, this is a possibility much stronger. After rook d7 there is another combination caused by the bad position of black's queen and black's king and many weaknesses in black's camp. After rook d7 there was a very nice move, knight f4. Oh my, that's nice. Knight f4. Oh, I like this. Winning the game immediately. Yeah, that's a pity. I think White was a little bit nervous in the time treble because it was a time treble, so she wanted to survive until the 40th move. But yeah, it was a pity. She survived until the 40th move in a winning position because the position is just winning. After all, we are a pawn up and we have the knight on d5. But you know, it was better to win right away. So f3 happened, rook c8, and rook 3d2, and the game is still continuing. So we have this position right on the board after the time control, and White's position is winning still. But the bishop on d4 is annoying, that's one thing. We also weakened the position of our king on g2 somehow, and we no longer have these moves with the knight like knight f4 or knight takes b6 because of this bishop on d4. So yeah, this is not gonna be easy. Sadly, the best times already passed, and honestly I expect a draw here, but we will see. We will see how it will go. Interesting fight. Good chances for White still. And okay, I will check the third board, still going on in the game of Natasha Richterová. We've left the game here after rook c1. No, I suggested king f1 actually, but it doesn't really matter. The position is winning for White because of the power of two bishops and the weakness on b5. There is some possibility of checks along the g-file, but they go nowhere. So yeah, this is just bad. So Natasha wanted to open the position somehow, and she decided to play f6 in this position. I think that's a good decision because, I mean, we are lost. We want to have some counterplay, so f6, why not? And White started to collect all these pawns after rook takes b5 and rook takes e5. I also like this decision because the rook is joining the party. And also, don't forget about this long diagonal that is going to open. And that's the reason why rook takes e5 happened and not at f takes e5, because White wants to have this diagonal open for any case. And also the rook is joining the game from e5. It's much better than to take with the pawn and then there is a check on g8 and anything. So the rook just goes back and the position is winning because Black is a pawn down and the bishop pair is very strong. So now I expect just the pawn march on the queen side, and there is no way how Black can stop these pawns on the queen side. Okay, but she played rook c6 first, so it's good. e6 is under attack again. So yeah, after rook g8, king f1, I don't see any way for Black to create reasonable counterplay here. All these pawns are weak and all are going to fall, and White is going to win the game. So this is going to be easy, sadly, for Antoaneta Stefanova. She will win the game. So congratulations, it was a very hard fight. From the beginning it was good for Black, but finally, due to the c-file, White prevailed and this position is winning. Okay. So we still have the fight on the second board, and okay, this is crazy. We left the game. We left the game after king e7. And I have seen in chat that h3 happened instead of rook bf1. That's actually the problem. Rook bf1 was winning, and surprisingly for me, h3 is a draw according to the computer. So there is a difference of 7 points in the evaluation. But for a human, it's not such a big difference. But I can understand that rook bf1 is much stronger, because you need to attack his king, and bf1 is a good move. h3 is too slow. So rook g8 happened, and you see, there is already a mate on g2. Come on. Come on. We have a threat. Rook g1. Oh my. Oh my, but still the position is difficult for black, because the king on e7 is so weak. So it's not easy to make a move. And rook g6 is apparently a blunder, but we don't know why. Rook d5 happened, I can see that. Queen c3, okay. Yeah, and queen d1, that's good. That's good for white. Black overlooked this move. According to the computer, instead of queen d1, queen c3 and queen d1, there was a possibility for black after rook d5 to go rook g3. And that's a nice solution. I told you that black wants to exchange the pair of rooks, and he is doing it in a very fancy way by playing rook g3. Now if white takes the rook, I take the rook on d5. Or if white wants, she can take the queen on g2, but then I take the queen on b3, and in-game is very good for black. So rook g3 was a very nice possibility, not used by black. She played queen c3, but after queen d1, the queen and the rooks remain on the board, and black is doomed, I think, because rook d7 is such a powerful threat. This is going to be a long game, but I think that white will not let this chance slip away to win the game against the rating favorite, and I don't see enough defensive resources for black in this position. Maybe king f8 to run with the king to safety, relative safety on the g file, but anyway, it's no, I don't like this position at all. Maybe rook d7. Oh, sorry, rook d7, and yeah. Yeah, this looks pretty grim. So maybe we will have another surprise here on the second board, I think. Yeah, on the second board. Yeah, I think it's going to be a surprise. Maybe. We will see. Yeah, so you've seen that, and there's still a lot going on in the playing hall. This game continues between Antoaneta Stefanova and Natasha Richterová, but I don't see any hopes for black here. So I will try to find another interesting position, and we didn't see any of this game. It's probably stuck. Where Dino Batsiashvili is the rating favorite, but I think she wasn't happy with the pairings, because Jelena Sedina, she is a very strong player from Italy. So we have a very good matchup in the first round already on the fourth board, I think. And also the position is interesting. There are many pins along the e file. White's king is weak. And I believe this position is around equal, because it's equal materially, and I can see that queen is going to be exchanged, and I think this pawn will fall, this pawn will fall, we will have some pawn race, but objectively it should be around equal. So yeah, this is going to be a long game, and it's stuck anyway, so yeah. Okay, I will try to find a game below that. I can see that Tereza Rochstein is lost. We have many draws in the middle of the boards, like from 19 to 23 all the games were drawn. That's surprising. Anička Koubová, sadly, she lost we've seen the opening of the game, and really we arrived to the isolated queen's pawn position, but in a good version for black because of this bishop on g2. So yeah, we will just go through the game if there was anything interesting. Yeah, this is a good version of queen's isolated pawn for black, but anyway, it's playable for white, so nothing really big is happening. This is also normal. Black tries to hold the c4 square. Okay, it's also pretty normal. Rook e1, queen a5, okay, queen d3, no problem. But no, you don't want to take knight. No, Anička. No, I think you will analyze this game and you will understand bishop c2 is much better. Because in this type of position you need to have counterplay on the king side. When you don't have counterplay on the king side, you are just deadly lost. And by playing bishop c2 you have some counterplay. Anyway, it can be bad, it can be good, I don't know, but it's the only way. So yeah, you don't want to take on d5, because in this position, after bishop takes, the position is strategically lost for white. The bishop on d5 is so strong. The idea was to activate the bishop on e7 and hold somehow the pawns on the queen side, but you know this bishop is too strong. The position is just bad. So yeah, it was a strategical mistake. Okay, but Anička was able to exchange queens, even exchange the bishop, but still the bad in-game is on the board. And Ina she's a very experienced player and she likes in-game. It's a classical Soviet chess school, so yeah. Yeah, this reminds me of classical games of, I don't know, Capablanca and these guys. Yeah, we've seen it all, like you put the rook on a4, you put the rook on c4, you put the knight on d5. It's just like from a textbook. So it's a textbook achievement. 5, the white's position is falling apart. So that's the end of the story. Now the queen side, you can't hold it. Black pieces, they are too active and there are so many pins and you are losing the c3 pawn. Yeah, it's just like from the textbook. a3 is falling, king takes, and now this position is so desperate. No, I don't want even to look at it. No, you don't want to do that. No, it's already... Okay, she resigned. Okay, so she played till the time control, and after the time control she resigned. That's understandable. Okay, it was a tough first round, but I believe Anička will play better games in the upcoming rounds. I believe that. I cross my fingers for her. And yeah, Julia is still playing. Sofia Přibylová, she is lost against Fiona Sieber. And okay, I will check the game of Adela Trasáková, but yeah, we can see that this is going to be a long fight, because we reached the time control. The plan for white is not that clear anymore. I think knight f5 is going to happen, and I wonder what's the continuation then. Actually not clear to me, because I like this idea of transferring the knight to f5. I like this idea, it looks good. You are going to challenge the bishop on d4. I like it. I don't know what black is going to do. Okay, she can try something like queen f6, trying to hold the bishop. But anyway, I take, you take, I play e5. Should be good. Maybe queen f5 then. it's still tricky. It's still tricky. When I take, you can play rook c2. Then I have to go this, and then we reach a queen's in game, and I will be only a pawn up. So I don't know if I will win this position. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why computer is showing knight d5 back, but I don't think that's going to happen. Knight f5 is playable though. Yeah, I expect knight f5, and then some sort of that in game that is going to be played for a long time. Yeah. So we will return to the top boards. We will wait till the result, and then we are going to end our commentary of the first round. But I'm curious what happened in this game. Yeah, it's the most tough fight that's remaining on the boards. I like this game. It's full of content. This position is lost for black because of the weak king. But it's difficult to lead an attack here. Queen h5 is the first move that came into my mind, but according to the computer, queen e1 is the solution, which is surprising, yeah? But a very nice move. Then white is attacking simultaneously the b4 pawn, the e4 pawn, and also he's threatening to play queen h4. It's funny. It's like a triple fork by queen e1, a calm little move. Instead, queen h5 happened. That would be also my choice. King f8. No, I don't believe this is going to end well for black. No. But it can, yeah. The position is difficult for both sides. Maybe it's not that easy. How you are going to continue the attack? Maybe, yeah. Maybe queen h4 here. This is a very annoying move. I think black has to sacrifice this pawn on b4. Maybe it doesn't really matter. And I can play maybe rook f5 or something like that. Yeah, but still it's a game. It's not easy. So white is going to think in this position for a long time. It should be winning for white, but not easy anymore. Very, very interesting fight. Difficult game for both players. I don't know. Rook f1 is the move one would play immediately in a blitz game, but after king g7 I don't see the follow-up. You don't want to exchange queens? No, that you don't want, because the in-game is good for black somehow. I have many pawns on the queen side. And apart from that, you don't have any checks here. So, no, this is not going to happen, I think. So queen h4 is the possibility. Yeah, maybe to attack the knight somehow, because the knight is holding up the black's position, also covering up the f8 square. Interesting. We will return to this game later. I will check other games. Yeah, Irina Bulmaga, I see she has a tough position as a rating favorite. Olivia Kölbassa, she made a draw in the first round. And yeah, how is it with the game of Dina Belenkaya? She won. Yeah, we checked this game before, and Julia Movsesian is still playing. We ended in this position, and I told you that this is going to be a long fight after rook b3, which was already played. And white is trying to hold the fortress here. And I think she has good chances, because when you put the rook on g3, I hope she will put the rook on g3 for God's sake somewhere. No, she didn't. Okay. Come on, put the rook on g3. You can't do it now. Oh, come on. No, I would go like rook c3. I want to go to g3. I want to have the rook on g3. Come on. Because then I would block all these black pawns and all the king and everything. But the rook is very loose on d3. I don't like this rook on d3. No, no. Okay. No, I don't like this. Okay, what's happening? What's happening after king e4? You have to go f3, and you don't want that. No. No, because now the pawn is weak. You want to have the pawn on f2. Now white lost the square for the rook. Now there is no square on the third rank to be safe with. That's a big issue, because now the rook will be loose for the rest of the game. And yeah, this is something... It's a big achievement for black, let's say. I'm not saying it's winning already, but it's a big achievement. Okay, also the move g4 is not bad, but now she is starting to threaten this rook g3 and or rook e3 and to have the safe position of the rook. The problem is that the king got away from the f2 square, and that's a big issue. So yeah, white would like to teleport the pieces to g3 and g2, and that would be, or g1, and that would be an easy draw, I think. But that's not possible. They got stuck in the center, and that's a problem. So now we are watching the position where we don't know whether white would achieve the blockade or not. She is hoping to cover the f2 square with the bishop. Maybe it will hold, but I don't like it. No, I think Julia will slowly win this position, I think. Okay, Natasha is still playing. That's a surprise. Okay, she's still playing, but hopelessly lost. And we return to the position of Lela Javakashvili against Anastasia Paramzina. And honestly, I like white's solution, and I completely forgot about it. Queen f5. I don't know why I didn't see this move at all. Because white is just simply collecting the pawn on e4. Like, why not, right? Yeah, it's a simple solution, and I like it very much. I think the position is finally winning for white without any troubles, because now it's good that we collected the e4 pawn. It's very good. Now I don't see any real counterplay for black, because the queen is strong in the center. And for example, when you go queen c4, it's a logical continuation. I just go queen e5. And then there is a small tactical issue when you go queen f4 and you are trying to exchange queens and you are very happy about it, and then I go rook d8. And then you are very sad and you probably resign, because yeah, that's bad. Yeah, that can happen in the game actually. Of course you can continue by playing king f7, but then I have many options, like starting with queen h8, and I don't believe you can. Oh my! I hang up the rook. Oh my. Okay, so I need to be more careful in this position. I like rook d8 a lot anyway, but now I need to be more careful. Yeah, I'm already tired, and I think they are also tired. But after rook d7, no, this is not going to end well for black. Again, I can play maybe rook queen d5 or something like that. No, it's just, yeah, no, I don't think. Okay, she played b3 anyway. Maybe it's better than queen c4, at least you have some counterplay with the pawn. But now it's an ideal time to activate the last piece by playing rook f1, and that's the wrap up, right? Black is going to suffer a defeat here, because I have an exchange up and it's a lot in this position. It's an open position and the knight is not... It's not an equal match for the rook, I think. This is going to end very soon after rook f1. Okay, let's check another game. So, yeah, mostly favorites won. That's what we would expect. The biggest upset can be the game we are watching right now, the game of Anastasia Paramzina. She is winning on the board 2, and it can be the biggest upset of the round. Apart from that, favorites either winning or they may make a draw. But some games are still in the progress. As I can see that also here on this board we can see a surprise, because Nadia Toncheva from Bulgaria is winning against Irina Bulmaga. She is a very strong player from Romania, and she is 2 pawns down, guys, and that's a lot. This should be winning for black, this position, really, because black is it's 2 pawns up, and I know the knight on d4 looks nice, but you can't mate black king with a lone knight, right? So it's not going to be enough. White is trying to make some construction with the knight and rook to harass the black's king, but it's not going to be enough. I go like king e8 calmly, and then there is no construction. When you play this, I can even calmly take the pawn, because there is no perpetual check. When you play this, I just calmly go away and go away, and you run out of checks and you resign. So that's not the way to go. And after king e8, prophylactic move against knight c6 or knight e6, I think the game will end soon, because yeah, white is just 2 pawns down. So okay, this can be another surprise, but we will return to our best board, where Anastasia Paramzina is still thinking. So we are waiting for her move, whether she wants to go rook f1 or something else. Maybe we can check the live camera. Yeah, they are still fighting very hard, and white is thinking over her next move, and it may be the decisive moment of the game, because b3 looks a little bit unpleasant, but it shouldn't be too good, I think, the b3 move. I don't see that counterplay to succeed. I mean, again, I would go rook f1. We will wait for this move for sure, and in the meantime I will check another games. So Nino Batsviashvili, yeah, it was an equal position, and apart from that, yeah, the games are finishing. And Yulia Movsesyan is still playing. I think she will win. Sofia Tribilova, she is lost in her game. And Adela Trasakova, we checked this game, and after a rook c3, okay, a surprising move for me, knight c4 happened. Okay, that's a surprise. She wanted to create a threat for the e5 pawn by playing knight c4. Well, that's a nice idea. Knight takes e5 is threatened, but black reacted very well by playing a rook c7. Okay, now rook d3 happened. Exchanging the rooks is good for black, good for white. That's great. So I think this position is winning again. I like the exchange of rooks. Yeah. Even the move knight c4, I like it. It was interesting. So queen c6, but it's going nowhere. The knight is strong. The question is how we win this game, right? Because we can move, we can shuffle the rook, we can shuffle the knight, but it's not going to be enough. I mean, we need to have some break in this position, and the break is to play f4 in the right moment. Because by playing f4, you undermine the bishop on d4, and then you undermine all black's position. So after queen c5, here in this position, we are witnessing it live, f4 is the right move. It's risky, I know, for a human it's risky, but yeah, the key factor is the bishop on d4, and by playing f4, you destroy its position, and that's the decisive factor. I don't see a move for black after f4. I think it's resignable now, because no, this is going to be too strong for black. The pawn move, the f4 move, I don't see any solution, because you can't take. I take the bishop, right? It seems easy, but apart from that, I can take on e5, and then again I have the d file, and yeah, this is going to be winning for white. So hopefully Adela will play that move. Oh, we are rooting for our young player, and in the game of Anastasia Paramzina, she played rook d2. Oh my, what's the reason for this move? She didn't want to have the pawn on b2. Okay, it's understandable. Maybe she is preparing queen a8 and queen takes a6. She likes collecting the pawns. She's like the pawn collector. And when she collects all these pawns, she will be winning. Yeah, maybe that's the idea. But I don't think it's necessary. I mean, rook f1 was a very good move. Maybe she wants to go queen d3, right? But this is just completely winning. Yeah, I like white's position a lot. The problem for black is that the pawns are going nowhere. They have no support. The knight is not supporting them. The rook is away. The king is weak. The queen is doing nothing. So the only chance for black is to somehow exchange queens, but this is not going to happen after queen c4. Of course, white is not going to exchange queens. She will play like queen a8 or something with a winning position. Yeah, so this is going to be a win for white, at least I think so. Okay, we will have a last short break, and then we will do a short recap of the first round. Thank you very much for being with me here, and see you soon.
On měla časovku, no, ale byla taková
Okay, welcome to the last part of the live commentary, the first round of the Women European Chess Individual Championship of 2022. I will do a short recapitulation of the first round, which is still going on, but already for 5 hours. I was very happy with the win of our talented player Anička Lhocká against experienced grandmaster Natalia Zhukova. If you want to see only one game from the first round, it would be my choice, because you can see on your screen that the attack of white was very nice, and also the finish of the game, because black wanted to win the queen on h6, but it was for nothing because the king of white found a place on e2, and after knight takes h6, knight takes h6, the position is completely winning for white. So black resigned, and it's a great win for our talented player, and I hope she will continue in that way in the next rounds. We had a very, very tough game on the third board for Antoaneta Stefanova against our Czech player Natasha Richterová. Natasha played a nice game. She had a nice position with a pawn up, but finally the experience of Antoaneta Stefanova prevailed, and this position is so deadly lost that I can't imagine to finish. It will be just a win for white. I can imagine to finish it differently. So that was the third board, and we spent a lot of time over the first board, top board, when Nana Zagnidze won a very nice game, and especially the move d6 was a pleasure for every chess fan. Now we will return to the boards that they are still in progress after the time control, and especially the board number 2 is very interesting because Anastasia Paramzina, she is an underdog in this match, but she has a winning position against Lela Javakashvili for a lot of last moves. But I wonder if she will be able to find a decisive blow against the black's king. And after queen f4, she played queen d5, which is a good move, yeah. And it really seems like black's position is already falling apart. It seems like there is not much remaining, but the game still continues, and that surprised me most. And actually black is trying to do something on the king side, but there is no attack, and I believe this king is not going to survive this, but the game still continues. I mean, it's amazing. Black is really trying her best to defend this game. She doesn't want to lose, of course, and it's still a game, right? Now, of course, it's winning, and after let's say queen c7, I think it's a forced win already for white. I don't know why it shouldn't be. Okay, queen e5 really happened, so we will watch the last move of the games, maybe, yeah. And then we were watching the game of Adéla Trasáková, and I wonder how the position develops, because it was also a chance for us to win against a strong player. I mean, the rating difference is 400 points, but surprisingly enough, the position was winning for white. But after rook f7, f takes e5 was, yeah, the correct solution, of course. And after bishop takes e5, queen d5, the position is completely winning. But sadly, Adéla took with the knight, and this position is better. But the knight on c4 was very strong. There was no need to exchange it. So this is good, but no longer that winning, because it's just a pawn up. It's just a pawn up, and I think this will be a long game, but it's no longer winning anymore, sadly. Okay, maybe she wanted to exchange queens also. Yeah, that's true. Maybe she overlooked this little move, because the rook on f7 is hanging, but so does the rook on d2, and that's a big problem. So yeah, this is gonna be a draw, I think. yeah, I can't imagine any other result. But still, it's a draw against a strong player, so yeah, it's not bad. We will see. And we return to the second board, which interests me most. But for some reason, White is still refusing to mate Black's king. I don't know why. For God's sake, we just play Queen c7, right? And after Knight f7, because Queen f7 is Rook d7 and it's game over immediately, I just go Rook f4. Come on, guys. Game over. Why she didn't play that? I mean, she is tired, right? Because, yeah, I'm also tired. It's already 5 hours. Chess can be a grueling game. I mean, it's tough. It's tough to play such a long game. But this was very easy. I mean, no. Either I'm crazy or something, because now I go Rook f1 and I really can see this is winning, right, guys? This is just game over. So, anyway, Queen e2, yeah. I mean, this is not game over immediately, but still the position is winning. So what? But still, it continues. Oh my god. No way. This is fun. Yeah, I was hoping for Queen c7, really. Now we start another round. Yeah, this is not that clear anymore, because b2 is sort of threatening. The king on h6 is maybe even safe, a little bit. There is a possibility of playing Rook d5 and maybe then some Rook h5 or Queen h5 check. Yeah, but it's not an easy move. It's not an easy move, yeah. So yeah, this still continues. Strange stuff. Yeah, I also know these games, right? You are completely winning, but your opponent is refusing to give up, and you are trying to find a final blow, but you are not able to find it, and it's so frustrating. And then from the frustration, you play such moves like Queen e2. I mean, this is just nonsense, right? But it's from the frustration that the game still continues, and the king is such a desperate situation that it's unbelievable that it still survives. And I have a feeling that this game is not finished. The White had so many chances to finish the game that I can really imagine that this is not going to end with a victory for White, because so many missed chances that Kaisa, the chess god, she can be pretty upset. And that's a bad one. That's a bad one. But okay, White found a move, Rook 7 d5, like I suggested. It seems very good. So maybe this was the final blow, because now Queen h5 is a very strong threat. Alright, for example, b2, Queen h5, King g7, Rook d7. Then you have the pawn on b2, but I take on h7, and that's more. I believe that's it. That should be it finally. Yeah, I think. Of course, you are not forced to play b2, but how do you protect h5 square? Maybe knight f4. Okay, you can go there, but the knight is going to be pinned, no? Knight f4 happened and Queen e3 happened. Yeah, exactly. We are not that stupid. And Queen e3. The knight is pinned, and that's it. Come on. No way she's going to find a defense here. Come on, Queen e3. They are already in the second time trouble, so they will not get any more time. They have 5 minutes till the end of the game, and they have 30 seconds increment per each move, but that's it. They are not going to get anything else. So they are in the second time trouble, and that's pretty tough. I know these games. Actually, the physical condition is very important for chess players. Because when you play such a long game, like 5 hours straight, it's demanding. Yeah? And when your brain is not functioning well in the 5th hour of the game, it's bad. You need to be fresh, even after such a long fight. But now it's really going to end. I mean, after rook 5d4, how do you cover the knight? I mean, there is no way. So I think this is going to end well for white, and we will have the biggest surprise of the round here on the second board. Oh, Nino Batsiashvili won. It was a tough game. And Adela, I think she will play a long game, but I'm not going to comment on this queen's in game. I mean, I would be sad for Adela because she may miss the dinner, but I don't know. You know, maybe she will win this, right? But it would require Magnus Carlsen here. I don't know, it's maybe more a draw than a win. But hopefully she will not lose, yeah, right? Without the rooks, it's safe somehow. And also black doesn't have a perpetual check, right? So for example, I would be tempted to play like this, but actually I think it's bad. I think it will happen in the game. Okay, it really happened, queen e8, but anyway, I wanted to say it's very tempting, but it's bad, objectively, and the reason is that the queen is out of play. Somehow. For example, I don't know the objective evaluation, but let's imagine e6, and then I will give you check, and then you have no queen to cover the king. And I think this is going to be a perpetual check, right? So that's the reason why the queen on e8 is badly placed, and also the reason why computer is suggesting queen d5 to centralize the queen and only then to march with the pawn. But in the game really e5 happened as I predicted, and honestly I would do that as white most probably, but maybe not, I don't know. But then computer is suggesting queen d4 even, yeah, with the same idea, like queen d5. Okay, queen d5 happened in the game really. I expected that, and I think that's a draw. Because now the queen on e8 is badly placed, and there's no way to protect the king from the checks, and it's going to be a perpetual check. It's a good lesson. It's a good in-game lesson. It's important to have the queen in the center in the queen's in games, because otherwise, no, it's going to be a perpetual check. But it looked tempting, the move e5, really. But this is going to be a draw. So let's return to the second board. Come on, guys. Oh, rook 5d4 happened. Now she's going to resign. Oh, that's a tough fight. No, but that's all. That's all. Now we finish. Now I don't see any move. Like what? King g5? Then I go queen g3. Come on, guys. And I take the knight. And I exchange queens. I'm really not afraid of your pawns on the queen side because I have 2 rooks and you have only 1 rook. So I'm going to pick them up. Now this is just game over. I'm expecting resignation, or maybe she will try queen g5 here with a mating threat on g2. But after queen takes f4 there is no mate, right? I'm going to exchange queens with no worries. And it's going to finish soon. Yeah, we will stay here. It's the second board, the most important game, still in progress, and also the third board. Oh, it's not in progress anymore. We also checked this game quite a lot, but after opening the C file in the game, that was the critical moment. Antoaneta Stefanova played a good game and she won, finally. But it was a good fight, and congratulations to Natasha for putting up a good fight. Hopefully in the next round she will add some points, right? Points are also good. For a good fight you don't get points, right? So, yeah. So last game in progress. On the top, and really, queen g5 really happened. Come on. But I know you can take on f4. Come on. No, she will do it, right? She will take on f4. No, must be. Okay, but I see black's point. Come on, this is unbelievable. Rook c6. Oh my. Oh my goodness. This is unbelievable. And now, Rook c1 is a threat, and white is supposed to find rook b4, rook c1, and now the only move, at least as I can see that, the only move, rook g1, winning the game. Come on. Okay, queen takes f4 happened. We are slowly arriving to this point. Rook g1 is a nice little touch, winning the game. So we have rook takes f4, expecting rook c6. It's like a thriller. Expecting rook c6. Rook c6 happens. Come on, guys. And rook b4. Because, I don't know, if white makes a mistake, like for example going rook f1, this is not winning anymore. Or maybe it is, but it's very, very difficult. Maybe it is, but yeah, this is very difficult. Okay, Adela is here. She made a draw, right?
Yeah.
Okay, congratulations. It was a tough game. And this is also a tough game. This is not winning anymore, I think. No, maybe it's winning for black. So come on, find this rook b4 idea. Oh my, this is a thriller. Come on, rook b4. This is a critical moment. Unbelievable. Such a game. Okay, I will be honest. I wanted to end the transmission, the commentary sooner, right? I'm hungry and I want to go home, but this is unbelievable, right? How is she still fighting? How is it possible? I was so lost. And I can really imagine that she will not find rook b4. And apart from that, I don't see the win. Rook g1 happened. Oh my. Oh my, this is going to be a thriller. Oh my. Oh my, computer shows it's a draw now. Oh my. Oh, it's gonna be a long day. It's a draw? No way. Why? Okay, I will try. I will try something. I am stupid. So I play rook c2. And when you go rook b4, with the idea, okay, rook b1 is not possible. Okay, so rook b4 has no meaning. Okay. So okay, you try king h2. But then I go a5. Oh my. This is a thriller. She had so many chances. And you see, I was right. I told you. Kaisa got angry. Kaisa got angry, the chess goddess, and rook c6 happened, out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, rook c6 happened, and there is only rook b4, a difficult move. She didn't find that, yeah, and the game is broken. Unbelievable. She wanted to pick up the b3 pawn all along the way, but she didn't. Unbelievable. But okay, this is not clear anymore. And we have still the game, because I don't know what's the correct move here. I think rook c2, maybe. Or a5, maybe. I don't know, a5? Let's try a5. Oh, rook c2 happened. I think it's the best move, yeah. Rook c2 looks very logical. And yeah. Let's imagine rook b4. I think king h2 should be the best move. King h2, yeah. Because let's imagine rook b4. Then I go a5. Then you take. I go a4. And how do you stop me? Huh? How do you stop me? When I go here and I win the game. Come on, it's unbelievable. Black can win the game. Oh my. Oh my. Chess is such a cruel game. And you see how important it is to fight till the end. Because there are always resources in the chess game. Almost always. Not in the position when you have mate in one, right? But always you have some chances and you need to exploit them. And black did in this game. Anastasia Paramzina, I think she will be very sad. Because now it's very complicated and I don't see a way for white. I mean, the only way, I think how the game will end is like king h2, a5, and now white realizes that she has big problems. So she plays rook f1, right? And then after a4, she just gives perpetual check. And I think it's fair, right? And you just give check and nothing, a draw. Because now, I mean, computer showing like +1. I don't know how that is possible. +1 in this position, I don't know. But I don't think we will see +1 in this game. But king h2 is going to happen, I think, because it's a logical move. You need to move the king away from the first rank. The king is weak there. So king h2 is logical. And if there is some common sense in white's head after such a cruel game, if there is some common sense, she will find king h2. It's like the only meaningful move. Yeah, it would be a nice end to the commentary if the game got stuck, right? We have no moves. I won't move. Oh, maybe something's happening out there. Oh, king h2 happened. Oh my, in the last second. Oh my. Unbelievable. So now I expect a5. What else? And now, okay, this is going to be a serious threat. Rook c1 already. Because you don't have this rook b4 move. a5 really happened in the game, yeah, correctly. Rook c1 is a serious threat. Maybe I can even play that after rook gf1. I can play rook c1. Why not? Now, of course, you can give a perpetual check, but when you want to win with white, there may be some computer way, but I don't know. I don't know. It's going to be a draw. Do you know when the dinner ends? I hope there will be dinner after this. Okay. Yeah, but I will finish this game. Okay, no way to end the transmission now. a5 happened. Come on, rook f1. Yeah, it's just like the only way, right? Maybe rook e1. But no. You need to connect the rooks, at least to have the possibility for perpetual check, right? Already the best moments have passed. Rook f1 on the board, correct? And now I expect rook c1 or a4. Both moves are reasonable. I expect this to end in a draw. Even rook c4 is a possibility. I don't see white winning this. No, it's even maybe dangerous for white. So after something like rook c1 or rook c4, I expect rook f6 and perpetual check. I don't see white winning this. No. The moments passed. This rook b4 was a winning continuation, and this is already a draw. Okay, this was a... You know, women chess, it's fun. It's fun. They fight till the last moment. So, yeah, tomorrow there is a second round, and you can expect younger generation than me. Our trainer, Lukáš Vlasák, will be doing the commentary. She is a great trainer. She works. He works on himself pretty hard. I like him very much. So he will be a great substitute, and maybe he will be joined by Sergei Movsesyan, the famous grandmaster living in Prague, former top 10 in the world. So yeah, I'm looking forward for tomorrow. I will be exchanged, but then I will return on the third round. I think on Monday I will be back. Okay, we are waiting for the move of black, but as I told you, I think this is going to end in a repetition. But maybe I will be surprised, as I was many times during this game. Rook c1 actually happened, correct. And now in a severe time trouble, white is pushing for a win. Unbelievable. Oh my, unbelievable. She didn't want to make a repetition. How is that possible? She's playing for a win? No way. What is that? But according to the computer, it's the correct move. And the variation continues like king g5, rook g4, king h5, rook f5. Okay, we still have draw in the pocket. That's good because we can play rook f6, right? But for some reason, the computer... Oh my goodness. Rook g8. And maybe it would be better to start with rook f6 and then rook g8. And the idea is that g4 is a serious threat. You can make a new queen, right? But I go g4 and rook h6 mate. Oh my. So it's good for white after all. I don't think she will find this, but maybe she will. But okay, there is no other way for black. I mean, he or she has to go away with the king, right? And it doesn't really matter then that much if whether she goes here or here. I don't know. I don't see any big difference because white rook can join the party anyway. And it really happened. Oh my. She is so good. No, but she was supposed to play rook g8 now with rook on f6, and she went rook f5. Maybe she doesn't see rook g8, or she wants to make one repetition to gain time. Rook g8 is a very nice idea. And black can continue by playing rook h1, king takes h1, and b1. Oh my goodness. And there is no mate. Of course, there is a check. And maybe black can cover the mate somehow, because g4 is still threatening. But I can play something like queen c2 maybe, to make a pin. But no, we are going to see a repetition. Oh my. Oh my, now black will claim a draw. I think it's threefold. You know, yeah, it's a threefold. But she didn't claim. No way. No, it's not a threefold. It's not a threefold yet. Rook f5, king h6, rook f6, king h5, rook f5. It's not a threefold. But after rook f6 it will be a threefold repetition. And the correct approach for black is now to write down the move, king h5, stop the clock and call the arbiter. And we have good arbiters here. They are capable of claiming 3-4 repetition. But it's very important to write down the move and not to make the move on the board. The correct way is to stop the clock and call the arbiter. And maybe that's happening right now. Can we see the camera, please? No, tak mě tam pust. Okay, I'm back. Sadly, we have some delay for the camera. So they were not there yet. It's also a delay, I think, due to anti-cheating regulations. We will work on that. But anyway, you saw the game that's going on, but White is repeating the moves, and we really arrived to this moment where the best way for Black is to write down the move and stop the clock. Because if you don't do that, if you play King H5 on the board, then White is not forced to make a repetition. Maybe she will find Rook G8, an ingenious idea, and the game really continues, and maybe it's even good for Black according to the computer, as I see the computer evaluation. So it would be a big mistake to play King H5 on the board. I really believe that she will make a threefold repetition, and that's a heartbreaking story for White, because the game was completely winning, but finally it seems like it will end in a draw after a huge fight. I mean, that's what we like on chess. But I think, I think they are studying the threefold repetition now, because it's already threefold, and Black shouldn't do King H5, because it gives White another chance of playing Rook G8 and maybe winning the game. Okay, I got the info that they made a draw, right? Okay. Oh my goodness. So it was a draw. Yeah, that they made a repetition already, because we saw the results of the first round, and yeah, we have some delay due to the anti-cheating regulations, so the game already finished and it's a draw after a huge fight. So White didn't see this option of playing Rook G8 and continuing the game, which is good for my dinner, because that's a wrap up. I thank you very much for being here with me during the commentary of the first round. It was a huge pleasure. I hope next round they will be also like this, full of fight, full of nice ideas, and yeah, I like this European Championship. So thank you for watching, and you will see my colleagues tomorrow during the second round. So have a nice evening.